So, anyway,
So it's web development.
Especially places.
we do get wind, generally the wind in Colorado.
So we've developed the standards that not only the branding standards, but security standards and programming standards. And negotiate.
We do get cat
We'll also,
cold with programs and that is cold, but even then it gets.
we do a lot of in-sourcing. So, the way that we develop a lot of decentralizations and this has been largely driven by our institutional security.
Yeah, that, and it's like here.
Most recently, few academic chairs, department chairs, and deans really know how to manage an IT staff, what to report, what standards to enforce across.
Yeah, so.
How to integrate with university systems. So we've developed basically a source service
Well,
for those departments to maintain their own budgetary controls, but to contract with us for those services. We provide management oversight of those services.
Yeah,
Ground management.
and I assume maybe they.
And there's multiple facets to it. We go in and basically do the strategic assessment. They'll contract with us for test sites. Sometimes development support.
So he acknowledges
We hold in and turn.
that within a 4 or 5 year time frame.
Yeah, because last year.
And that allows us to apply
That's about
standards, consistent hiring
as
practices.
specific as he
I
can.
commit resources to it, not only from the business itself.
I think that
And provide
given
coverage
the
for
issue in 78,
departmental staff who are out sick or on vacation.
And amazing.
I've been
60 resources right now.
taking it down to scale.
And they.
2018, 4 years of service, 65 years of age. So it's done pretty well.
I also cover the training.
So maybe that's what.
They got to spend.
I do that because
I could retire.
at the end of the day,
That 30 days
your
job.
jobs, responsibilities is to protect the Constitution. So this
Retire.
is, this.
Well, it's been weirdly more, we've had been more than years.
Helps us reduce risk.
Right.
Allows for the
So I
application.
said to myself, why wouldn't I use this across the pay? He said, "It's red."
Yeah.
Sounds like a more mature model where it's.
Life's too short.
It's
And then I'll work on
Wet.
Then the bread.
Yeah, the
Here,
weather.
of course, the conversation was decentralization.
Week before school starts, go for a cruise. Start
Get
get ready for all of that.
Phrase consolidation has gotten attached to the
This
Yes, we've got
efforts in a lot of instances just to sweep everything.
First time.
Including the position and the budget. So,
To Westnet, yeah, to Westnet, yeah.
and
You go into
kind
the
of
workshop tomorrow?
it's often ends up with all kinds of,
He can go
Coloradans are used to.
Especially with college.
Our parents get us to.
Right.
You know, we're not.
So
so we don't get money days, get something stuff.
the big concern is that all of those resources get swept in central IT, and they'll no longer have any.
And that,
What is that we're looking at, Alex?
Video feedback.
so we're not.
So by video feedback.
So I'm sharing the second screen.
Oh.
So it's just kind of doing feedback. And so when I do PowerPoint, the second screen, hold on, get displayed to the remote people.
Renewable on an annual basis, it's reviewed on an annual basis.
So these are all people that are watching?
No. So this is just my second screen being displayed at infinitum. So if I stop the presentation here,
Why is it?
so right now I just started the afternoon session and sent out the invite to the
Oh.
CIO list and then the other remote presenters, but no one's joined yet. So no one's on. I could tell.
Exactly.
He's still on.
Business school. Well, two wealthiest and probably the two most capable at the end of the day. Then we actually have most of the rest of the central across the campus. A few minors.
So is there any kind of setup for other non-for businesses?
We do
Yeah,
have.
they're-
Okay, so I sent that link for
Actually,
the
it's a laparoscopic engineer. Very small office. He just said, take these and come and see me. And 2 weeks ago, I've got another 2 weeks and then another one. Initially, I guess, kind of gives me, we fill it out, basically. More than 15. Yeah, it's very easy. They actually.
And Alex, you let it know.
I did, but I sent that
You
link.
need to explain what happens.
Yeah.
Generally, it's easy, so.
My paraglider.
They-
It's obviously photos.
Were you able to see
There.
that?
And then so after I was done.
There you go.
I tried it back. Let's figure out.
They usually close that.
They put a piece of mesh.
We did, we fly, there's a direct flight.
Yeah.
Just lost these scratches. Yeah, that's all. You tell it. That actually on this year because probably
We're actually not related.
Right.
The real issues here are.
Where are you bad that I was?
So you should start next month.
I can't take this.
How many days?
Yeah, no kidding.
Right.
I run. But I run for races, I run 3 days.
So I'll try and send it back to the.
Shannon will get his track. And I'm just doing 5Ks. I want to try and do it.
Yeah, I try to build IT as a platform so that
Okay.
others are able to.
And we, I ran 3 races.
Tell you on Friday night.
I'm gonna do live. I make them on. How
Life within.
Random cost. And then we did my daughter-in-law and some kids.
So far,
That's why I ran with
sure.
Thanksgiving.
We're still working through getting these students
That's fun.
to
It's a good diversion.
really understand and do real reviews with the units who are requesting access to the data, to really spend the time to do it right. They would prefer to have IT make those decisions. But that's a bad idea. We in our data standards, we don't only, we want the registrar's office to own student data and to really know what departments are doing.
So I have such a problem with my knees.
Evaluate that.
Right.
So, we'll call them.
It's quite a bit of cultural change.
I kind of backed off and
The
started
data
the
trustees,
program.
it's
Building up.
where I believe that they should
you know,
be in the process.
I wear braces, I wear kind of a concussion braces, but I don't have any problem.
So it's not a neoprene kind of thing?
That'd be interesting, we can review this.
Have you ever tried those?
I haven't.
And Angela,
Just the last thing,
emails me yesterday.
put on it, put some pressure on it, this gas.
Definitely.
There's the all-
I just wanted to tell you, I've got one, it's about maybe that big.
And Gordon, thanks for reading for the.
The material is neoprene. That's one of the things that it does. It's a lot of heat. And it becomes a little bit more.
Eric,
to
thanks for reading.
it seems to join subtly and
This is really just. It was just like, just like one of those, you put on your elbow or something like that. It's placed on the bed. It does have. Five.
One of them is back in Western Capital right now. And she,
Seems like
she
it.
actually got
I can tell when I run it out. I can tell.
I don't know.
she's, so, you know, she's on.
I think we.
Her mom was
She's.
and, you know, she's.
They're talking about doing something and, yeah, I'm gonna do something, but that's still. I don't.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see, like, I'm the financially, but,
You know, if I do.
Might just have-
Well, of course, the goal of something to be.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm making faces because it's great. A little less valuable, it could be valuable, I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard. Global standard. You know, it does have some little stuff. Yeah, it's kind of got a weird mix.
It's always okay. I mean, let us know, target certification.
I wanted
Yeah, this is kind of, you know, we didn't really know. You know, how. And, you know, we are looking at. At some level. I gave a talk there.
Yeah, and I strongly believe that you could just like.
And that's.
I guess not the wrong person. Go fix this.
Well, and you know what,
That's how it says.
it's interesting. And you know, there's also a sort of discussion and a struggle going on. And with Westnet is how do you grow that next generation? Money's tight. And so it's hard to send a bunch of people to a meeting, but on the other hand, if you don't,
You gotta get these folks.
you know.
So I mean, I haven't been to the actual Western side. Is there a little better balance? Is it still?
Oh, I
To
think
come
that
down here.
Norma.
Looks like I
Bell-
got- yeah.
Norma usually-
In this column, first this one, so I will send you the email.
That's just.
Oh,
See, Michelle left all these.
It was lined on the beach.
No, I don't think the main West has much better.
After leaving the name.
Well, it's interesting, but it has more better. And I don't know why that is at the regional level.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think it's not a purposeful bias.
No, it's actually, there's not a lot of them hired.
So,
And,
yeah, I mean, just.
You know, when you look at the statistics in college, only 18%. So you have a very small pool. And you have all these experts. You're competing, you know, we're all also trying to build a university pool. So, you know, you've got all these. You know, Amazon's competing.
I just finally got a one-man. Not that we're done.
And I have two of them. I mean, one is a software she was going to she start out, and another is network engineering. But you know, it's when we go out, it's not that we don't.
We get a few.
I think the university can do. There, but, you know, and her, like, we've got a desktop.
Well.
But she's working on a PhD in operating system design. She's not gonna stay in her, I mean, she's gonna just get paid to do it. She's very, very smart. She's very good. But I mean, I don't want to say it. So at least she's in, you know, a technical like field, but it's not gonna stay networking. And she was, you know,
We stand a better chance than most if they grow a lot of having to stay just because they're there for reasons of the needed job. I mean, we still look for areas of higher paid jobs, right? But I think we have a better chance. Where in bigger cities, they don't have to relocate.
Well, see, that's the problem. Is that, you know, they don't go anywhere. So Google just Boulder. And, you know, Boulder's now, how do you all these things. You know, it's just not- and, you know, I think we have a lot of within our previous. And apparently the city of Boulder just stole. I knew we all steal from each other. So it stole it.
Again, I've been gone for 20 years, so it's changed practices.
But you know,
We're all operating.
so, you know,
First dozen was heading.
But,
Keep trying.
well, he's tough because you know they're
Just
once they get a certain number of years in, and that's part of the thing.
It doesn't make financial sense.
Once you get
the services are
your vacation, your retirement, and it's hard to leave, but. You know, so, you know, we know people who walk. We know there's jobs out there.
services and.
We get a little bit out here.
And you hope, you know, that they understand.
Operations.
Now, you know, years ago, you were talking about you didn't dress more casually.
So I think it's all.
You networked hard. You had really good education benefits. But now, you know, the commercial sector's coming and, you know, they're letting their people all work from home. They're
Yeah,
all
but
casually dressed.
There's more stability, I think.
Yeah. I think that, and I think if you go to a startup, or even if you.
Especially a startup.
We should see startup. Or, you know, I was. And you know, somebody said, oh, they want to go to salary, but then.
If it's gone in a couple of years. But again, that's hard to turn down.
Well, if you're young, you can do that. Where you don't want to, if you're highly skilled.
Right, you're gonna get a job as long as you don't mind moving around relocating. To get older, that's all right.
Yeah, so. It's a tough, it's.
Yeah, it looks like I got
You as
be able to share my screen. Yep, looks like it will. Okay.
All right, so.
Looks like you're in, John. You can hear okay?
I can. It sounds great. Thank you.
I didn't see you. I'm sorry to take the meeting, this is my doctor.
You good? You know, one of them wasn't bad. Admit, I think it's like the night was but he could. I think it's not good.
Did you ever be CIO at Salt Lake Community College? He was a subcommittee. You remember him there? Huh? Two problems. Little raft.
Let's get pants out here. It's classified how fast you can do aircraft. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was going to do, is it go, and that's like 60 miles an hour. I've heard that if you actually get a sea there, it's like, it looks like a ski. It's up and just, and the whole aircraft. 60 miles an hour. Yeah, there are a few pictures on the internet. It's just crazy. So, I'm a water skier. I'm used to ski before. I've seen big subs, or not subs, but big aircraft carriers on a plane. When you think of that, I mean, it's that. Yeah, I used to sell on 30 trees. I sell on 30 trees. And I had to get a bigger ski. I had to get a bigger ski. If I have a bigger ski, I'm on a short ski. That's it. Yeah, my brother, he doesn't have, he got rid of it 2 years ago. His main source of ski. He had the Yamaha. I didn't know it was called it. Okay. All right. Well, good. Thank you.
All right, I think we're going to get started again. And as David was talking about in his last talk, you know, with the digital or the open textbook library, that being a collaborative kind of platform on top of which we can build good and new interesting things. Unison is another topic that we've discussed in this venue in the past as being another consortial technological platform that is being built by a few interested universities to take what's typically regarded as the learning management system to the next level, and that of a learning ecosystem instead. And it's my pleasure to now introduce Amin Kazi, who about a year and a half ago was appointed as the CEO of Unison. And with that, I'm just going to turn it over to you to talk about the program. Thanks very much.
So, thank you very much. Can everyone hear me okay? I'm not a really loud speaker, so.
Sounds good.
Okay, so my name is Amin Kazi. Like I said, I've been with Unison for about a year and a half. My background is varied, so I started out doing technology consulting for Accenture. I did that for about 5 years. And then I went to University of Minnesota. I worked there in their IT department for a little less than 5 years, and then went back to consulting, and I did management consulting this time for about 5 years. So that seems to be my pattern. So and I've been with Unison for about a year and a half, so I've got 3.5 years left on the clock, I guess. But basically, that's my rough background. So the way I was introduced to Unison was working at the University of Minnesota, the Big Ten network, this thing called the CIC. There's a lot of interconnectivity, and two of the founding investors of Unison for Indiana and Michigan, and they were looking for someone to lead this, and they reached out to me, and here I am. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about what Unison is or its philosophy or anything like that. I think Pat Burns talked about that with this group about a year ago. If you don't know what Unison is, we're a consortium of like-minded institutions, and again, focused on a digital teaching and learning environment or ecosystem. Our mission is to improve the learning experience. We're built on collaboration, data, standards, and scale. And pretty much everything we do, we try to make sure that we check off those 4 boxes on how do we move forward. Our founding members, so I think when a year ago, I guess, when Pat spoke to this group, we had 10 members. Since then, we've had 1 more founding member, University of Nebraska-Lincoln, and we've added the University of Florida system. So there's 11 universities that are part of the Unison family as well. So why was Unison formed? It was formed basically, there's a lot of challenges that are going on in academia, and I guess I don't need to belabor any of these, but I think the ones that resonated most with me around this was this third one around issues about rights management to faculty-generated content. What Dave was talking about earlier, how do you get faculty-produced materials, whether it's OER or not, but how do you get that in a way where the rights management is easy and simple and you can share it and reuse it and remix it the way you want. And then this one as well, the limited access to data supporting learner analytics. It was, when I was at Minnesota, it was very challenging to get the data out of the systems in a way that we wanted to, in a way that was consistent and simple. And then going to the next bullet, how do we use that information to talk to our colleagues at Wisconsin or Iowa or other institutions? So part of what we're trying to do is we're trying to put universities back at the forefront of innovation. And you can't see any of these, but it's from EduVentures last year. I think it's called their Higher Education Technology Survey or something like that. But basically, these are all the different companies out there that are trying to solve solutions that you are also trying to solve. So they all have their own interests, they all have their own needs and foci, and basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to find the best of the breed, bring it together into a cohesive environment. So are there any questions so far? I'm going to try to catch us up on time, so I'm kind of speeding through this. So Unison solutions. So there's three main areas that we work in. So the first is around the platform, which is a learning management system itself. There's some things around the learning management system that can be done to enhance it, and I think John Louvier and Kevin Reed from Utah State are going to talk about that later today. I think there's the stuff on the content side. So how do we do content discovery? How do we do content contribution and content delivery in a way that is effective and useful, make it easier for faculty and students to discover and use this content? Learner analytics is a big thing for us. Ultimately, everything goes to that data. So how do we provide data access? How do we get data out of all these various systems? So it's not just the LMS, and it's not just the SIS. There's a lot of other things that all of your campuses have that we want to make sure that we can bring that data together, ideally in a real-time manner, because we want to be proactive about intervention. How do we bring that together, and how do we aggregate that? Data insights, so what kind of modeling can we do, what kind of interpretation can be done, and then action. So how do we actually use that data to actually intervene with the students or the faculty? And then we have community resources as well, and that's a really big part of Unison. It's not just a technology solution, although we are currently focused a lot on technology. It's really about building this community. How can we take best practices from one institution, share it across others? How can we share content? How can we share analytics data? Really, that's where we're going. So basically, I'm just going to go through. I'm going to talk about what we are, where we are with each of these tools, and then I want to leave a lot of time available for questions. But at any time, if you want to interrupt me, just feel free. So content tools, the discovery tool. So this is a tool that we have. Let me back up a little bit. So last summer, there was a tool called CourseLoad, a company called CourseLoad. We acquired their IP, and so part of their IP, we used it to build some of our tools. So this is actually a custom tool that we built. There's commercial products out there that do similar things. what we wanted to do exactly wasn't available commercially. It was a lot more expensive than we had wanted to pay. So this is something that we went out and we built ourselves. We built it, we support it. But basically, it's part of the issue, and I think around OER, I think particularly, is how do you discover effective materials easily? So what we want to do is we built this tool, it's called the Content Discovery Tool, to unify disparate course materials. So it could be things that are publisher content, it could be OER from OpenStax, it could be OER on your local campus, it could be things that faculty have developed for themselves. There's things like HathiTrust, Dave talked about OpenStax. So how do we make that easy to go in and do a search? So basically what it is from inside the LMS, you do a keyword search, you say, yeah, I'm building a course on tree rings. So you put in tree rings, retrieves all this information from all these various repositories. And of our 22 members, most of them have their own open education resource repositories already. We can harvest all of those. We go in, and instructors can just click on it, they can preview it, and if they want to use it, they click on another button and it's added to their course in Canvas. So again, we're making it really easy to make this content discoverable and incorporated into courses. Questions? Yes?
What metadata tool do you use?
So this is something that we've actually built the metadata tool. So it's similar to what CourseLoad does, and we'll talk about Engage later, but basically they did a similar search. So right now we are searching the metadata. It's OAI PMH is the standard that we're following. So we're harvesting that metadata. And what we found so far, and not to besmirch any universities, but the metadata is not always great. So we're actually spending a lot of time in helping to fix the metadata of these repositories in order to make them more effective. So even though we're able to harvest all of these repositories, they're not necessarily useful in the way that we want them to be useful right now.
So you don't use a qual?
We don't use a qual, no.
Quick question. You mentioned of the partner universities that have partnered with Unison. Have they actually switched their LMS to Canvas, or have they added that on as a transition?
So not all of them have switched to Canvas. So I think, I'm trying to do that. I think 5 of them have started the migration to Canvas. I don't think any of them are completely done with that migration.
We're done. Yeah. Colorado State.
You're done? So 1 is done. The remainder are well on their way. I think University of Florida said they have about 99% of their courses moved from Sakai to Canvas. And then the remaining schools are in some various stages of doing a pilot or doing internal investigation on their campus to understand what the implications are. And the other thing I'll add is these tools are standards-based. So pretty much this LTI tool, so any LMS that can support LTI tools can use these tools as well. We're very focused on standards. We want to be LMS agnostic, basically. So that's something else that's important. Any other questions about this?
So you're LMS agnostic, but we do follow the standard.
Yes. Yeah, we're LMS. So it's LTI is the standard that we use for integration. It's OAI PMH that we use for harvesting. So around contribution, this is another challenge that we're trying to solve. And this is, again, there's commercial tools out there that help with this, but basically there's no unified process that allows faculty or instructional designers to take the materials that they create, and that could be anything from a PowerPoint presentation to a quiz to an entire course. And how do they put that into a centralized repository, either on their campus or with Unison, to make it easily discoverable by their colleagues, if they want it to be? So one of the issues that we're dealing with here is how do we do rights management around the content? So who owns it? How do we do? We've chosen to go with Creative Commons licensing. So when a faculty member wants to contribute something, they say, I want to contribute. By default, it's not shared at all, but if they want, they can share it with people on their campuses with certain types of Creative Commons licenses. So that's the problem we're trying to solve here. And again, this is something that goes to a shared discoverable catalog right now. So it's a Unison centralized catalog that, depending on what the permissions are, people can search against. And as we go forward and we develop this, again, we're developing this tool ourselves, we want to have it the option where faculty can choose to store it in their local repositories. The reason we started out with just having it default to Unizen in general is we wanted to make it simple for faculty. We don't want faculty to have to remember, you know, all these different repository names or all these different rights. We just want to make it easy for them to put it somewhere where they can get to it and it's under their control instead of going off somewhere else. And it's not just sitting on a desktop where nobody else has access to it. So are there any questions about the contribution tool? So again, these are tools that we've developed and we kind of, we're going through this development phase. So we go through development, then we have early adopter phase, and we move to beta, and then eventually the tool becomes mature. So both of these tools right now are in beta. So we have schools using them. 9 of our 11 institutions are currently using both the contribution and the discovery tool. Not all of them have chosen to use it because some schools are doing other things where this isn't a priority for them. But again, we're working largely with librarians and other people to help make sure that the stuff that we're doing in terms of content contribution and discovery meets their standards, because librarians have already solved a lot of these problems. So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're just trying to do it in a teaching and learning context. Any questions around the content side of things? So analytics. This is, again, there's a lot more to chew on with analytics and content from a Unizen perspective. So one of the things that has become a problem, or has been a problem, is getting access to data in a way that's easily and consistent. So Unizen is building a common infrastructure that all the institutions can use to pull data from their LMS, from their SIS. There's a standard by IMS Global called Caliper, which we were involved in early on. There was actually Caliper, and then it split off into something called RAM Caliper, which was real-time. Really, Unizen is focusing on getting real-time data out of as many systems as we can. But basically what this does is I'll use Canvas as an example, but from Canvas, there's a whole set of interaction data that you can get out of the LMS. So when a student goes in and they post a discussion, we can get that data in real time from Canvas, real time being higher education real time, not banking real time, so it's not sub-second, but it's a few seconds. So it goes from Canvas and it goes to your data warehouse or wherever you want to store that. So that's infrastructure that we have built. Are there questions around that? Yes.
Does it get back soon enough to help the students so they don't fail the course?
So yes, we'll talk about that in a minute. So one of the other things that it does, that we're doing, is we're building tools around this real-time data. So right now, nobody really does anything with real-time data in the learning environment. So what we're doing is we're taking that real-time data, we're working with our members to look for prototypes and opportunities to make sure that the students do get real-time feedback on that. So as an example for a prototype that we've built, it's called a sentiment analysis tool. And what we do is we look at discussions that students are having in Canvas, and we have a sentiment analysis tool basically that in real time looks at those messages. And if the messages start being negative, so if the student shows frustration, if they show anger, the faculty member or advisor in real time will get an alert saying, this student is interacting with the LMS right now, they're upset, this is an opportunity for you to intervene with them and help them out. So those are the types of opportunities we're looking for. And again, this space is very, very immature and very young, so we're working on prototypes. There's a lot of cool things going on in pockets on all of your campuses, so what we're trying to do is we're trying to aggregate those and bring them up to a higher level and share them across the consortium. So they're not just being used by one faculty member in one department, but everybody has visibility into them. So that's just an example of one type of tool that we have built. We're presenting it at the Solar conference in April, I guess, so there'll be a lot more about that. So it's these types of early warning insights that we want to have. And it's not only to help students who are failing, it's also to identify in real time. You can see when students are turning in homework assignments. So if there is an issue with the way homework question is structured, for example, you can identify that early on and help intervene before students get frustrated and upset. So the last thing that we're doing around this is the action part. So yes, it's easy to say, here's a student and they're upset, but it's harder to say, this is the action you should take. And then it's harder yet to go in and say, when we intervene with this student, this intervention had this outcome, or it didn't have this desired outcome. So there's a lot of things that we're building around this. That right now we're doing a lot of discovery around these types of solutions, because again, this is something that in other industries and other organizations is very, very common. In higher education is very rare, and we're dealing with sensitive data. We're dealing with real people, not machines and stuff. So the real-time intervention, it becomes a slightly more challenging problem to solve. And again, we want to make sure that we do it in a way that's consistent and is standards-based and helps students more than just gets in the way of what's going on. So again, around the analytics tools, the font is wrong on that, I swear. So around data access, so we built the tools to help get data both in real time and in batch from different systems into a data warehouse using the Caliper standard. Insights in action, like I said, we're doing a lot of discovery and prototyping around that as well. So we're a little bit behind on that. We're actually looking at potential vendors that can help us solve some of these problems. There's a lot of good tools out there that we're looking at. Again, our needs and our requirements are kind of different than what they are doing. So there's opportunities for them to work with us. We're just trying to find the best partner to help solve these problems. So questions around learner analytics, what we're doing, what we should be doing. So if there's any feedback or advice, I'm open to that as well. Right. So engage. So like I said, there was a company called CourseLoad about 6 months ago. We acquired their software. Their platform was called Engage. And what Engage is it's an e-text content platform. So what it does today is it goes out and we have contracts with about 50-ish publishers. So right now it's really focused on the publisher side. And it allows students to have their textbooks be online. It does all the stuff that you expect a thing to do. They can annotate, they can comment, they can they can have conversations with faculty, they can have conversations with each other. And what we're doing, since we brought it into Unison, is we're trying to integrate it with a lot of OER resources as well. So how do we bring in OER resources so when faculty or students want to get a textbook, it's not only something from a big publisher, there's also an opportunity to find open educational resources in here as well. So one of the things that's different about this model is, I'm sure you guys know this, one of the problems with students on the first day of class is nobody buys their textbooks because they're not sure they're going to stay in the class, so why pay $150, $200 to have this textbook? So what we do with Engage is it has this third bullet here. It's day one access for all students to the course material. So what that means is when the student registers for the course, the textbook shows up in their Engage platform. So the first day of class, they come to class prepared, or they could come to class prepared, I guess. And if they drop the class before the ad drop period, the book is removed from their Engage portal, and they're not charged for the book. If they stay through the past the ad drop period, then they get charged for the book. The other thing about this is it's really a faculty choice of content being used. So the faculty member chooses the textbooks the same way they always would. We do a bunch of stuff on the back end to get it ready, so when a student registers, the textbook is in there. One of the things that CourseLoad did that worked out well for them and that we're trying to replicate or continue is they have an all students acquire model. So what that means is a faculty member selects a textbook from publisher X, and every student in that course is going to pay for that textbook. Does that mean? No? He's over there. Sorry.
One of those guys is gone.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Right, it was me. So the all students acquire model, what that means is that all students are required to buy the textbook, but because publishers have this guaranteed 100% sell-through, students get the textbooks at 60 to 80% off of their retail list. So the students end up saving a lot of money. Faculty get prepared students, and so Indiana University has been using Engage for a couple of years. And what they found is they've been able to save students $8 million over the last 2 years using this all students acquire model. And again, it's faculty choice. Faculty at Indiana can choose whether or not they want to use Engage. They can choose whether or not they want to use their textbooks in this platform. We're bringing in more and more OER, and hopefully that would encourage adoption as well. And at Indiana University, just as an example, they have, again, $8 million of savings in 2 years, and they have about 15% of their courses are using Engage. So it doesn't have great penetration, but they're still able to save a tremendous amount of money to students. So if you have questions about Engage, this is a live platform in production right now. We not only have customers within the Unison consortium, but we also have customers outside. So we have Boise State and Berkeley College and, I don't know, a handful of other schools that are also using this.
Didn't see it. Sorry.
That's right. And again, for all this stuff that I've been talking about, you can go to Unison. You could go to this website, unison.org/products. There's a bunch of materials out there. There's training materials if you want to learn more. And again, I'm trying not to make this all about the technology, but the technology is pretty cool. And again, this is something I'm sure you guys know. Unison is a membership-based organization. These are tools that come as a part of the membership, so there's no additional fees to Aquila or anything else. So again, our goal is to make this lower cost and more effective and more tuned to what our members are looking for. So the other big thing is the Unison community. So we have a fairly large consortium right now. So it's 22 institutions. It's about 750,000 students. So our potential footprint is fairly large. And what we really think is that there's a lot of value in having cross-institutional discussions around a lot of these things. So the OER initiatives that the University of Minnesota is kicking off, that's a great example of something that starts at one university and goes across many. We think that there's opportunities for that around instructional design, around learner analytics, around how do we promote a lot of the OER that's out there. And again, I think somebody asked this question during the last talk, but there is some faculty education that needs to happen when you go from a traditional textbook to an OER textbook. So how can we share those best practices across this Unison consortium? The other thing, again, going back to standards, we're working with IMS Caliper on a lot of different standards. Again, for me, the real-time caliper is probably the most interesting, only because I think real-time data is really going to transform how things happen, especially as people try to start moving to adaptive learning and personalized learning. I think that real-time interaction, real-time feedback can become much more valuable. And I'll also add that something that the Engage platform that we're building in the Engage platform as well is how do we caliper enable Engage. So when a student is reading a textbook and they're highlighting something or they're asking questions inside Engage, how does the faculty get real-time feedback on that? Again, I talked about our work with librarians before. In 2 weeks in Chicago, we're bringing together librarians from all our universities to come together and kind of talk about how does Unison move forward? How can the librarians interact with that? So again, this is what role can they play in doing what we do? So why Unison? this is the part where it becomes a little bit of a sales pitch. So much of what we're talking about you can do yourself. You can go out, you can buy Aquella, you can go out, you can buy Civitas, buy Canvas, and throw it all together and throw a couple developers at it. And basically, you should have a lot of the capabilities that we have today. So what Unison is trying to do is, for students, we're trying to get content accessible to all students through all devices. So this isn't necessarily true today. Even when you go to a publisher, the content they provide isn't accessible. I think the OER community is much more forward thinking in this. How do we get access to organized content? How do you get measurable interactions? And then how do you lower the cost for the students? For instructors, we want to have tools that help with time to design and develop courses. There's metrics to support research and defend intentional teaching practices. So not to say that we're going to use this data to judge faculty, but you can start evaluating faculty pedagogy against other faculty. So you can start saying that when you have these types of students, they learn better using largely video content as opposed to these types of students who learn better having largely text-based content. So we want to be able to provide the data and the information to do that. For advisors, again, visibility into student progress is really important. So if an advisor can see in real time, this is what the student's doing across everything, I think that's going to be really powerful. And again, the ability to measure communication interventions. So advisors do a lot of work with students. It's not necessarily always the easiest to recognize whether or not their intended outcome actually comes to fruition. So we want to be able to provide that. And then for the academy, or the institution, so we want to have a common language across institutions, even if it's not a technical language. When you talk about pedagogy and you talk about what does it mean to have an adaptive learning platform, we want that to be consistent. We want to be able to extract data and populate data warehouses in a manner that's consistent. So if somebody at Colorado State University wants to talk to somebody at Oregon State University about chemistry, the first organic chemistry class, they don't have to spend a lot of time figuring out what that means because we have that consistent vocabulary. And again, a data-driven environment to better optimize outcomes. We think that's really important. So why Unison? So individually, what I've seen is that universities will make compromises to meet their local needs, either to meet pace or to meet some other requirement. The academy, universities, and this happened to us at the University of Minnesota, and I think whatever happened, but basically universities end up doing a lot of incremental changes and then they pay a lot to catch up at once. So it's really stepwise. Let's take a bunch of little tiny steps and then let's try to make this big leap to the next big thing. And then for leaders at Oregon in institutions, and I remember this from University of Minnesota, committing to something really big is really hard because your name's on it. If it doesn't succeed, it's a lot of there's a lot of pressure. And what Unison does is it allows you to come together as a consortium. It allows these 22 universities to kind of work together on this. And everything we're doing is led by the consortium. So we're consortium owned. Our board of directors is made up of 2 members from each of the different institutions. So I have a 22-person board, which is always fun to report to. But basically, they're the ones who are providing the strategic direction and are saying, these are the things that our institutions need. These are the things we want you to deliver. So we build them. We deliver them, but they don't always get used because, again, it's the university's choice on how fast or how slow they want to move. So, again, that's roughly what Unison is. And again, if you have questions, you can email me. My email's info@unison.org comes to me, so you can email that address. You can go to any of these. I don't think you can go to the forums, actually, because I think that's locked down to Unison members. But anything else you can go to and ask questions. But I'm happy to answer questions now as well.
Questions?
So what's the membership model look like going forward?
So going forward, the membership model going forward,
If that's the right term.
No, it is. It is. The reason I'm hesitating is we have a board meeting in 2 weeks where it's going to come up again. So I'm sure the answer will change in 2 weeks. So right now we have founding members. So the founding membership hasn't changed. It's $350,000 a year to join. You get 2 board seats through 2019. All these tools, products, platforms, you get access to the community. The Engage is the one outlier. So Engage is a commercial product. It has been a commercial product. So that's something that you can start using independent of everything else. But so right now the answer is nothing has changed, but in 2 weeks that answer may be different. So which is why I was hesitating a little bit.
Other questions, discussion?
What are some of your highest priorities in terms of new initiatives, new capabilities in the product?
So for us, the biggest thing that we're focusing on in this next quarter is going to be around the analytics modeling tools. So how do we take this real-time data that we're getting, how do we take data warehouses that you already have on your campuses, and what kind of tools do we put on top of that to allow data modeling? So the easiest, I guess there's not really an easy analog for it, but there's a lot of stuff that's going on at different campuses, and we want to be able to provide the tools that help you use that data more effectively than it's being used today. Because right now it's tied up. I think what happened over the last few years is the idea of creating reports has gone from something that you create a request and give it to the IT department to something where you are able to empower individuals to go in and at least do high-level slicing and dicing of data. So we want to take that to the next level. And how do we empower the average user to take this data and do their own modeling and try to do their own high-level prediction? So that's going to be our focus on the analytics side. On the content side, our focus is really going to be around how do we get better metadata out of the existing repositories, and how do we get more open educational resources that we harvest? Because right now there's only a handful. We want to be able to get a lot more than we have today.
Thanks.
This is Pat, and I would like to add that we're looking at Unison as the largest digital learning laboratory that might exist, where we have anonymized access to individualized student data for 750,000 students. And we had an interesting board conversation. The board consists mostly of CIOs, and we went around the table, and I think every CIO says, yeah, we want to get access to that data and use it to learn things. And by studying larger data sets, you can learn more than you can by studying smaller data sets. And we can add data to that. PII data for our students that we need to add, so it's just not what exists in the LMS system. And it's generated really interesting conversations here, particularly when you start looking at talking to the registrar. The registrar thinks that FERPA prohibits us from doing that, and we had our attorneys look at that and said, no, there's a research exception in FERPA. And we went back to our provost, and our provost want us to start studying that learning analytics data over all of the Unison members. And then we're having conversations about depth. In the Engage platform, I think Amin mentioned that a faculty member can see what a student reads, what a student annotates, and what a student highlights. And we're having really interesting conversations with the students and the faculty by saying, faculty, if you have access to that level of data, what kind of rights do you have to access data at that level? And what kinds of responsibilities do you have to access that data if it's going to be used to improve student learning? And we're in the process of having, shall I say, a robust conversation with our faculty about that. And then we went to our students and we said, how do you feel about this level of access to your behaviors in terms of the course? Because, you know, Engage allows them to go, faculty to look inside the textbook and all of that stuff. And there's kind of a creepiness factor that some of them feel, that none of them want that level of detail exposed to a faculty member. And it's not clear to us who has the rights to access that data. And we're having conversations about policy right now that Unison is, I think, motivating because of what it's delivering to us. Amin, any comments on that?
No, that's a good point, Pat, because a lot of this stuff does end up being policy issue. So even something as simple as a faculty member contributing their faculty-created materials to a repository for reuse. Our 22 different institutions, not all, but there's 2 or 3 different policies on who owns that material, and whether it's sole authorship or co-authorship, it makes a lot of difference. So we spend a lot of time working with lawyers. No offense to the lawyers, but we work with too many of them. So there's a big policy issue around this, and there are a lot of new things coming up, and that's why we like having control of this platform. So that's why in our case, it was more interesting and more effective for us to build the content discovery tool rather than go to Aquella and buy something. And Aquella is a good tool, but a lot of these minor policy issues they couldn't handle, and they couldn't. We couldn't have the variations across different institutions that we wanted as easily as we could when we built it ourselves. So, and that's a good point, Pat. Thanks. Yes.
So this learning data, we just went through an accreditation. Does this data answer some of the questions that accreditation institute or groups are asking institutions, or could the data be applied to marketing to let students know that they're going to get courses that are sound pedagogically? You know, it seems to me if you could get your analytics lined up with some of these kinds of things, that would interest an institution more to be involved with Unison.
Yeah, so ultimately, to answer your first question, yes. So for accreditation, we want to get the data. We won't have all the data, but we'll have a lot of the data necessary to make that process a lot easier. So again, we're starting small, but as we grow and we mature, we want to add more and more data to that data warehouse. And then the second point, I think, is a great point. So one of the things that we have been able to see as we've been going through this data is we can see what kind of effect different faculty have on different students. So this is a completely hypothetical, theoretical, made-up situation, but it's based in reality. So we have 2 professors. We have Professor A and Professor B, and they both teach Calculus 101. We can see if students come in with a lower math score in the SAT, we can see that they do better with Professor A than they do with Professor B, whereas the opposite is true for students with higher grades in their higher SAT scores in their math side. So basically, we want to start providing that data, and whether or not we expose that to the students is ultimately up to the institutions. But if a student could know going in, this professor is more likely to help me succeed because of my background than this other professor. Nothing against the other professor, just their style of teaching or their pedagogy or the syllabus or something about them. We think that's information that's valuable to share with students, and we want to be able to get to that. And we've been able to do some really generic reports around that, just already identifying some of those trends. And you know, causation, correlation, all that stuff, I understand that, but it's definitely information that's interesting and we think merits more research on individual campuses. Anything else?
Other questions? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we have a couple minutes while Alex is here from ASU. You can have a belated lunch. So while we're taking a few minutes, Pat, are you on?
Yes, I am, muted most of the time, so it takes me a while to unmute.
Yeah, I figured. Well, you had suggested, and maybe now's a good time since you're still on, about talking about generally the CIO meeting. This is a little bit different agenda than we've normally had. As I said, Pat spent a lot of time putting this together, and so he kind of wanted a little bit of feedback. Is this useful? Is style good? little bit less of us presenting to each other and bringing some outside speakers in, a little bit higher level, less specific to necessarily day-to-day IT. So any comments, input? Yeah, Brandon.
I really like it. I think it's one of the strongest agendas we've had so far. Not that the other sharing isn't valuable, but maybe a mixture of both occasionally.
Cool. Other comments?
I think a mixture of both is good. I mean, it depends on if somebody's in the cutting or leading edge and they're in the group, that we'll hear from them. But I think it's good to always have an outside person who's really good with it. But I think the overall gauge and vision ought to be somebody really have something that was special and strategic that would help us. That ought to be, I think, how you measure or evaluate someone coming in those presentations from other person.
Right.
Could you hear that okay, Pat?
I could, yeah. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Marla. You know, so a lot of these topics, or some of these topics at least, are some that our boards are keenly interested in terms of lowering the cost of education and increasing student success and things like that. And so that it was kind of a bit different, and adding those in, I think, so I guess give Marla and Scott comments later on about was this the right mixture of topics for us too, please. Thanks.
I guess I'll make a couple comments and also ask the general question we always ask, and I didn't put on the agenda this year, was are these useful? Should we continue to have them? I mean, Steve is back with us, and Pat and I had an interesting conversation earlier this year when I was explaining why I am unable to put the CIO agenda together. I think you all know this. I am not a CIO. I manage networking very specifically for UCAR and the FRGP, but I don't do anything else that you all do. I stay as far away from security and firewalls and general finance, IT, and all the other stuff you have to deal with. So for me, it's really impossible for me to know what is the latest topic and what should be on a CIO agenda. So that means I depend, I'm happy to help facilitate, but I depend on somebody else to really guide this agenda. And my memory, which can be pretty faulty, is that Steve and Pat at some point when we were discussing Westnet, that there was sort of a separation between the general Westnet and what the CIOs were interested in. We decided to have a CIO meeting. You know, Pat remembers it was my idea. I remember it was Steve's idea. But whoever's idea it was, we have CIO meetings. We did start having them every 6 months. I think we decided it was too frequent. We went to once a year. So the question is, are these still useful to all of you as CIOs? And knowing that, it does mean I'm going to depend on the CIOs, you know, to put the agenda together. So whatever mix we decide. And again, you know, Pat, you know, did yeoman's duty this year because we were running late and we really needed an agenda put together, and he threw a huge amount of effort at it. But probably we need more input and more. And the CIO is a little bit harder because we do it once a year, and so, you know, to plan an agenda out a year is too far, and so then to get your attention a year from now is also hard. So, you know, we probably need there is a steering committee. I don't think it's very active, but we can certainly look at who's on that. But I think, you know, you just need to realize that the agenda gets put together by people who provide input and suggestions and those kind of things. So if there's topics you really want to hear, then, you know, I need to hear that, and Pat and Steve and whoever else is going to drive this. So are these still useful? Do we still want to continue to have them?
Yes and yes.
Yes.
All right. So then that always means I have a commitment to participate. Now, I will note this is the 30th anniversary of Westnet, which we propose to celebrate in June. That means there won't be a CIO meeting in conjunction with that, so certainly you're all welcome to come to the primary Westnet meeting, but unless you want to break tradition and have a summer CIO, I think we decided January was usually better for the CIOs as far as school went, and not try to come in June. But we can certainly obviously shift the CIO schedule and do one in June and then do them from then on in June, or we could do an extra one if you wanted to particularly recognize the 30th anniversary of Westnet. But that's the plan this summer, is to at least acknowledge all the work that's gone on. You'll notice a couple people missing. David Wood is not here. David's battling some health problems as well. So two of our founding fathers, Pat and David, are not physically present this time, but we are thinking of them. We hope David will be back fairly soon. hope Pat bounces back and will be with us at the next meeting in person. So, Pat, anything else you want to add?
No, I don't think so, except no one can say no to Marla.
Oh, lots of people say no to me all the time, or they just ignore me. That's the usual thing. They don't want to say no, they ignore me. So, again, thanks to Pat. So
I can't say no to Marla.
Yeah. So Gordon, do you wanna?
Sure. Hi, Leah.
Hi, Gordon.
So, Pat Burns asked that we put an item on the agenda to talk about online education. And considering the fact that ASU has one of the largest online education programs in the country, Pat suggested that I give the presentation. Well, I'm the exact wrong person to give this presentation, in fact. So I reached out to Leah Lomo. I've had the great pleasure of working with Leah for the past 5 years. For the first 4 years, she worked for me in the University Technology Office, but about a year ago moved over to become Chief Operating Officer for ASU Online and a new organization at ASU called Ed Plus. Ed Plus is an organization that sort of represents a philosophy that's somewhat different than the university, than the Unison philosophy that we heard about, in which at ASU in particular, we're embracing all of that innovation that is taking place in the commercial community, in the educational technology space, and we're working with many, many of those educational technology companies to test, to demonstrate, to try to use and implement those technologies in educational programs at ASU, to try to identify the best of those to bring into the institutional framework. So Ed Plus is an organization that encompasses not only the ASU online programs, but all of our educational technology forward-looking test and development effort and working to establish and to prove concepts that will work largely, broadly across our university as well as others. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Leah to give us some insights into what we're doing with ASU Online and perhaps a little bit of insight into what Ed Plus is doing.
Great, thanks, Gordon. And I see some familiar faces. There's a big glare, but I have to say hi to Max. And I think I saw Derek back there, so it's so good to see you guys. That's what happens when you've been in IT. But if I don't recognize some people, it's just because literally it's like these big yellow blobs from the glare of the camera. So I'm not sure if they're able to share the a high-level presentation I had put together.
So you should be able to drive it remotely. So if you go to your left-hand side of the Google Hangouts window, there should be a green icon.
Okay, well, I know Alex asked me to send it, so I did that, but I can absolutely share.
Okay, I'm going to do it either way.
Yeah, no, this is fine. We can make this work. Okay, and like I said, it's extremely high level because I know you guys have some specific questions, and I wanted to make sure that I answer those questions. Uh-oh, I don't see Keynote on here. We'll just do the whole screen. If I show you something inappropriate, I'm sorry now. Okay, so you can see what I'm seeing. Let's get you this. So I'm going to go through this. Again, it's extremely high level. But what I wanted to do is give you a sense of what we do within Ed Plus at ASU. And because we're screen sharing, I'm not going to put it in presentation mode. I'll just do this. And the reason I want to give this high-level overview is I think it will give you a little bit more context into where we're going. Can everyone see the keynote, the Ed Plus at ASU keynote I have up right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So Ed Plus was put in place. It actually came out of what was ASU Online, and now ASU Online is an organization underneath Ed Plus, because Ed Plus, our main goal is to create new opportunities and find new paths of educational attainment for students and constituents across the globe. And we'd like to look at it as Howard Schultz, who's the CEO of Starbucks, said this, that online education isn't just a bolt-on, it's a comprehensive integrated system. And this is where, when we think of how we're going to offer all of our curriculum and all of our stuff at ASU, we want to make sure it's as comprehensive as possible, meaning it's not just about how we're delivering their curriculum in an individual class, it's how they access their portal, how they access their services. We try to keep things as integrated as possible. In addition to the systems, we look at it on a service level. So how do our enrollment coaches talk to a student? How do the retention coaches? We want to make sure people are as integrated as possible so we can give students a very consistent experience to make them more responsible, make them more successful, hopefully, in graduating with an online degree. Right now, we are at almost a third of the ASU Online students will be digital immersion students. So that means that when ASU releases their numbers, I don't know when this is going to happen. It might be as soon as fall of 16, so don't quote me on it. But we'll be able to say that a third of the ASU population is a digitally immersed, which is another way for saying an online student. And that's mostly because we're continuing to experience tremendous growth. And I think you guys want to understand how we went about this. Getting a little bit of feedback. Are you guys able to hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll dive into this more in the questions area. But with Ed Plus, we're not just focusing on the online degree-seeking students, which I know most of your questions are about that, but we are looking at many different components of how we can help advance digital immersion experiences for the entire institution. So we started ASU Online back in 2009, and this is essentially what it was made up of. This past year, we've had a lot of growth and change, and we do like to say that we have quality stress here in Ed Plus, and some of that has been brought about because of things like Pearson. Our partnership with Pearson is a huge reason as to where we are today with ASU Online, but we also have a partnership with Newton for some of our adaptive learning, our partnership with Starbucks, which opens up this opportunity for people who may not have had it before. And then we recently launched our Global Freshman Academy, which is through the edX MOOC platform to allow students to use a MOOC type of course to actually earn college credit, which has led us to sort of this new structure. You can see from 2009 to 2015, Ed Plus as the organization within ASU has grown extensively, and this is just because we're always looking at new ventures and trying to plug in more things to create more pathways for the digitally immersed student. It's no longer just about getting a bachelor's or a master's degree in the online format. It's about the many different pathways using digital technologies that can create these master learners. Our mantra is, what got us here won't get us there. Last year we launched a number of new initiatives, including the Global Freshman Academy. We will have another major initiative that will get launched this spring. I of course can't share that with you, but please look for us sometime in February or March when we make that announcement. And I just wanted to give you that high level overview because I know you have questions about how we did this. Is that right? Maybe you don't have any questions. Maybe I lost you.
Leah?
Hold on.
Hi.
Sorry, I muted you. Sorry.
Leah, we weren't able to see the horizontal axis of that chart. Could you put that back?
Oh, let me see here. The growth chart?
Yes, so for everyone in the room, it describes the enrollment growth chart of ASU Online over the course of the past several years, but also looking forward to projections for the coming 5 or so years.
Right. So basically what we're saying is in 2010 we had about 1,400 heads in the online programs. And in 2015, and the chart I actually showed was a little bit outdated, in fall of 2015 we actually reached 21,000. And
Go to where?
Well, don't tell President Crow anything I say, because he'll up my goal if I share it. But we will be over 40,000 by 2020, probably.
Is that head count or FTE?
Head count. Head count. But again, it's not just about the heads, it's about their success, which we have to focus on. So some of the questions that Gordon had put in an email to me.
So this is Pat. Can you talk about your financial model and cost model? Are you a cost recovery shop? Do you have all those services funded by cost recovery, or are they integrated with, you know, the residential education component of ASU? And can you just talk about all that?
Yeah. So while we are what many would consider a revenue generating area, we don't see the money here in our department. ASU runs everything in a very central mode, and so the way it works is we do have a partner like Pearson who helps market and bring us the students, and then the departments get an actual cut or a % per credit hour of what they teach. So it's by the courses that they teach. And while that's at the department level, so for example, math would make a significant amount of money because of the amount of math classes and seats that we need from them. A lot of the departments, like Teachers College, engineering, find that if they centralize the process and the online programs, they're actually more successful because they can take advantage of their different departments. And of course that works well in the smaller areas. College of Liberal Arts and Sciences is a little too big. They have not centralized all of their operations for the online programs. But I think with that question, what you'll note is all of our programs are owned by the colleges and the academic units. So they have to have that program. We used to say it had to have been offered on ground before we would allow the program to go online. And through the years, that the market has actually been shifting to where online education is very broadly accepted, and we actually have some programs that are better, not very many right now because we don't want to say we're trying to replace online programs, but some programs are just a little too small to say that they should be offered both, and they're better off offered in just the online format because the cost to offer it in both formats is too high.
Thank you. That was interesting.
How are you doing? It's good to see
I'm
you.
very well. I know. I almost wish I had driven down just to give you a hug. I miss you.
Well, I'll be here all week.
Well, it's still Tucson. No offense.
Hey, so could you maybe talk a little bit about the Global Freshman Academy? Just I'm interested in if you can share numbers, who started, and how many credit.
I can't hear your question completely. You're breaking up a lot.
I'm going to mute you for a second. So, okay. So, Leah, I was asking about the Global Freshman Academy. I was wondering if you could share some numbers. How many students have started, how many have completed, and approximately how many are converting to credit? And I don't know if everybody's familiar with
Maybe I'll give you an overview what Global Freshman Academy is at a high level. Global Freshman Academy is going to be a portfolio of about 15 college courses that are offered on the edX platform, where anyone can take the course, and if they complete it successfully and they've done the ID Verify piece of the course, they can pay for the credit after they complete it successfully. So this is very, very different than anything done in the regular world. We've only offered 3 courses, and so we don't have all the numbers and the data in yet, and we're kind of tweaking a lot of stuff. But like most MOOCs, you end up with a lot of people who enroll and not a lot who finish, and even less who convert for credit. So The numbers, while relatively small right now, this is sort of our experimental year, and we haven't put some really big courses up yet, or what we would consider big, like our math course is being offered this spring, and English Comp. And so the numbers aren't huge yet, but this one's going to stay. So we're pretty, we're learning a lot. So it's been intense.
Leah, can you talk about the quality standards that are applied across the online instruction?
Quality, we use a method called Quality Matters. It's the QM Matters, that methodology, and for the most part, we get 100% participation from colleges. There are a few colleges who think they can build the courses on their own, but we have a instructional design team, pretty large instructional design team, centralized here inside of Ed Plus. Is nothing but focus with faculty on how to build those courses and looking at things of how to engage with the students, different ways they can post their curriculum that might be more engaging, how they can design their course to fit the online format better. And we also, a lot of times when people think quality, they think, oh, what about online tutoring? We do tutoring through the central services of ASU, but we also have some contracts with a company called Smart Thinking who does some tutoring. So we believe that your online education is as good or better than the digitally immersed environment as it would be on the ground. I think you guys are muted now, maybe.
How are your faculty compensated? Both for the production and teaching of the course.
So it's up to each department of how they're going to compensate the faculty member. If you're asking how are they compensated for teaching quality courses, it means they can continue to teach. We do have some say when we have problems with instructors with departments, but again, this is something that's very controlled at the academic level, so it's up to the math department to look at how the faculty are doing. We did just launch today, actually. We have a mini celebration, or at least clapped for half a second, that we launched something we call the Course 360 view, where we can look at every single course, and we have about 20 to 50 data elements on that course to give us a 360 view on its performance. And we hand these reports to the departments to give them a little bit more measurement on how their courses are performing. So something that a lot of people may not think we are watching, and we are.
And how do you control who has rights to the course? Does the faculty still have any rights to the course? And when they leave, does that course go away?
So ASU owns all the curriculum to the courses. If a faculty member helps build a course for the first time only, they do get compensated to help build a course initially. And then if they teach the course, then it's up to the department of how they get paid. It could be on load that they're teaching an online course and they wouldn't get anything extra. But if they help design and build a course, which I think maybe was the question someone was asking earlier, they do get a stipend to help build an online course.
The university at that point owns the course?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, when a faculty member helps build a course, any other faculty member could teach it, theoretically speaking, but most of the departments, if you build it, you're often what we call the master teacher, and you may have TAs or others, but yeah, at that point, the university can choose to offer that course through other instructors, even if someone else helped build it.
And how much are any of the courses, do they have live sessions with them?
Right now, all of our courses are asynchronous. We have been looking at some more synchronous options. And we also, since we recently brought Thunderbird into the ASU Enterprises, we dabbled with a hybrid program where students had to come on site for a couple of weeks and then did the rest of their coursework online. And we're going to continue to play with those different models, the synchronous model and the hybrid, where you actually have to travel in person for a little bit.
Have the NPR advertisements helped?
Well, actually, if you've noticed, we haven't really been on NPR lately. They help in the graduate space. People seeking masters, that's the demographic in the NPR space. Any other questions?
So do you plan to expand this? Are you going to expand this to more degrees?
Oh, yeah, we should talk about the number of degrees. We started with about 10 programs, and now we're at 120. So last year alone, we onboarded 20 programs, and we plan on for fall 2016, we'll onboard 26 more programs. Now we have to be careful because there's rules as to how many of your programs you can offer online, but so far we've been well below that threshold. We do look at the market for each individual program because it is expensive to put programs online, and if a program isn't performing, we have to look, is there not a market for it, or can the program be revamped to fit the online market a little bit better?
I've heard that the University of Phoenix has lost half of their enrollment. Yours is going up. Why the difference?
Oh, well, I can't really speak to U of P. They've been in the news for many things through the years. You know, their credits aren't really transferable. They're not regionally accredited. I think ASU is putting up some really quality programs, and we focus a lot on our student success and the service, and students are smart. I mean, if you do the research, the millennials, they do all their research. They want to know who they're doing business with, and, you know, they want a quality program through a quality school. So, but U of P a big school, and they have a lot of reach.
The completion rates for our online programs are often higher than for face-to-face programs.
Do you have any techniques to keep, usually when somebody takes an online course, they have a hard time being dedicated to finish in a timely way. Do you have any techniques that you've used to help them complete the course maybe in the same time frame it would be if they were in college and taking it face-to-face and meeting in class?
So our online courses are offered in a 7.5-week format, so it's a little bit more accelerated than an on-ground 15-week class. But yes, we offer an orientation class that helps students focus on study skills and time management. Remember, most of the online learners, although I will say the age demographic for online learners is starting to trend down, which tells you that the acceptance of online education as a more traditional method is definitely growing. I don't think people can continue to look at it as the adult learner only. However, most of our students are in the demographic of around 30 years old. Often they already work full time. They already tried to go to college and it didn't work out for one reason or another. And this is their time in their life that they're making a choice to make either a career shift or a change. And so we have coaches who work with them to help them understand what it's going to take for them to be successful in the online format, as well as how college may have changed from when they first started.
The difference in cost between an online course and a course on campus at ASU is there a difference? Is it cheaper to take an online course?
Depends on who you are. Our tuition, and I believe all the schools in Arizona are doing this, is 1.5 times in-state tuition. So for an in-state student, the tuition is actually higher. And then for an out-of-state student, it's actually cheaper.
So taking into consideration capital costs to run a campus, shouldn't it be just the opposite? And will that be the case someday?
Oh, well, where we go with tuition, I think all of us could put in some guesses there. I I think there's different things to look at in terms of the capital costs of, you know, what we owe the state and what in-state tuition is. Also, when we started, there was probably the thinking that we didn't want to steal on-campus students by wooing them over to the online, right? There's always been this competition between online versus on-ground. But we've proven over and over again that the online format is not stealing on-ground students. It creates a new market and a new demographic who are looking for their educational attainment. And that's not always available, and so they're going to get it where they can get it.
I guess at the University of Utah, we've found that we do take students on campus, but it helps them complete their graduation in a more timely way because they work and can't always meet the class. So that's true at ASU as well, I guess.
Well, I mean, there's always going to be those who switch between the two, but I think our fundamental goal here is that we're trying to educate people and we're trying to make them successful and get their degrees. And if they can reach that degree in an online format, we're all for it. We shouldn't be stopping them just because they live in Arizona.
Good questions?
Good for you. Keep it up. Future.
We love it.
That was
All right.
yeah, thanks.
Anything else? Angela, you want to add?
Thank you. It was so good to see
All right.
you.
Thanks for your time. Is it rainy in Phoenix? All right. So you get a little bit longer break. Let's be back a little before 2:15 for the next presentation, but you got about a half hour for about the rain.
So she started out, she finished off. Yeah, I've always said, I don't know, something for all the work. You can sit in and we'll enjoy it.
In Arizona, they're home.
Here's a way of keeping us. Probably a certain well. Can handle second or third inner sheet. What are you doing? Pay attention. If she'd be honest, it'd be fun to have some. Yeah, I think the university is graduating.
You know,
It's very functional.
First on the agenda, I went back and ate it.
They already everything else life got in the way. They were working and discounts back then on the rates better, so about some student. Of course, Howard is incentive to grow.
Online is how we.
Yeah. We're just used.
Anything is never.
Yeah. So this is exactly what I was saying. Exactly. Well, the universe is.
I remember last year,
Well,
and that really makes me think. Yeah, actually.
Yeah, that might be something. And on a 9-month contract.
And that's why all the cables. It's just.
Yeah, the West Coast.
I figured I was gonna get that call. Especially the things that are really expensive.
Yeah, from here.
Well, and they have, I mean, if not, it's they have the accreditation.
Came with a direct tire, a bunch of people.
They say our students have hands-on. You know what I would do? Yeah, and if they're going to be doing innovative things, even though they're ready to use.
Yeah,
This,
That's not, it's not. Maybe I
There's so much opportunity in the gateway.
well, you know what it's.
Yeah. That's the part right now. But that's the problem. You have these researchers, I think, just approving the whole thing.
I went in for this time,
I just don't want to.
and I walked out with your guys from class one. It was a really good.
And we're,
Well, it is cheaper.
we're the only Pac-12 university that has.
Oh, you can't find.
As long as it's all centrally funded network. Every other, the last time I was in there, you have with all the CIOs. No, they had. They had.
They'll put everything.
Yeah. Incentives.
Yeah, it's unusual, and it's, well, it's like staff focus on it and build resources on something that just should. On the other hand,
But if you can do it, but if you try
focus on it, it has hard and political as it is.
It's just, you know, you look at it.
Or they can.
As an organization structure.
We only.
There's always somebody else there.
Yeah, the way they do it is.
Reported to the CEO of the hospital.
You know, they usually.
2005 was our first.
So, I mean.
Yeah, there's a lot about that. So you have all these.
So those were.
You know, everything's done farms. I went to Cisco some years ago.
You still get like.
Yeah.
And.
Odd thing is.
Anyway.
Is he? Is he here?
Well,
I mean, in Tucson.
Thomas Hauser thinks actually you're. I tell you my Thomas.
Yeah.
You were there last night, I was complaining.
Oh.
You know, Thomas got pretty much, you know, grant. Yeah, it was $160,000 grant. So I said, yeah, Thomas, you should be for your registration. You got your In fact, I asked him if he had extra travel money, because they haven't been traveling that much, so I'm kind of winging it. You know. Well, I'm well, we did do
Cisco is such a good source.
So where's the one?
Oh, really? You're on the wall? We were on the wall.
the dinner.
So I start calling around.
Well, I'm going to comment on the future of that.
Yeah, that's the feeling I'm getting.
Last time I started.
Yeah, I'm just starting out, so you know, I can
It just shows. Right. So like one day, Julie.
Yeah, you know.
No, it's less.
I guess it's the same.
So I'm on.
I thought it was. I'm okay for it.
Yeah, so I'm kind of right.
It's just on.
Anyways, as far as marketing, you're welcome to sit down. I did find. It was interesting coming there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very.
They look, you know.
Well, I didn't try it.
Yeah, it's really nice.
And you avoid.
My car bills, I know.
So from that perspective, the only other reason to show up is Dennis.
I started
Yeah.
Oh, I've got it. Yeah, I graduated last May. But I'm pursuing my master's in 2 years. So I'm going through
I was last.
yeah, and I forgot how to I was too blessed for so I'm really crazy.
There's a lot of really small stuff. Which I will show you.
Don't throw up the mall. Tell them to contact Earl? Yeah. Earl is the project manager over that. Now, if you want to. Yes, yeah, it's urgent. But it's just, it's in line with. You know, help our owners, how to about. It's now, in case on see, we got, I don't feel is that notified somebody, it's about halfway. It's around, if it's building, it goes straight west of here. Yeah, yeah, it's on the same side. It's really, you know, these houses, you're not welcome. It's not building. No, I just talked, Bill Tice wanted to know who the contractor. I was talking about it, so I'm just telling you, the project last year. I'll just let you know. And he reports to you directly, the associate.
Have you heard from Mark and Steve yet?
They were, sure. Salt Lake.
That was the last one. I'm gonna reach out with them.
No, you can reach out to your guys. Yeah. How did you, if you want. Yeah, I was out for the holiday. I just got that email.
Yeah.
See, I was, my wife, man, not checking out during Christmas holidays, so I'm doing.
This is apparently several different systems. It's like, every time you get into an email, it disappears, but yeah, or not. So she the last day, say totally out, so I'm still staging it out.
Well, that's what you pay for doing that. You know, just enjoy the Christmas.
Yes, it was.
But I was working all the time, right? Oh, it was fantastic. I haven't had that long to open the mailbox. So how many email messages did you have?
Good.
I actually have, total was in the thousands. Of course, yes. I get 400 to 500 messages a day.
You're going.
Alex may know better than I how to get them going.
So do you have
Nice to meet you.
So I have all
Yes.
these rules. So right now I have 979, this is my main inbox, but I have a bunch of other, I have rules that get sent out, so if I look at,
I did talk to them.
Yep, that's the one.
2,009 plus 996.
Oh, that's where the camera is, okay.
I know, I will avoid it.
Right, yeah, stand behind it.
Thank you.
What are you covering today?
Learning analytics.
Okay.
So I'm doing kind of an overview and then taking us into the pilot that we're doing with UVA with Civitas Learning Analytics.
Okay.
I mean, I asked her 3 times if she.
Kind of, wrapping it up with challenges and recommendations.
Nice.
Does that
Yeah, perfect.
seem like it fits with, I have no idea what the rest of this has been.
Oh, it's all over the map.
Okay, it kind of looked that way from what I saw.
Yeah, it's all over the map, so it'll fit right in. And we just heard from ASU about Ed Plus and online. And before that was Unison.
Mm-hmm.
You familiar with them?
I am.
And their work?
I'm sorry I missed that one this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like
So
to hear that.
it'll fit right in.
Okay, well, good. Thanks.
Email her, I can email her back and say, do Tuesday too. She said she looked at every agenda and everything.
I'm just not sure she's got.
Oh, he did.
I'll remember that.
So.
I'll, before you email her, let me just check, okay? By the way, I was, gave up his upcoming here. Either on Wednesday or Thursday. Starting about 10. Get there by 10. And then half a day, 10 to noon, and then go. ABC. Yeah. That's I gotta work out. We talked about that. Staff.
Yeah.
And so I'm not sure what one of those days would be.
Right now, Amber still has an interest in talking.
There's just
Yeah.
arrow keys.
Yep.
Up, down.
I think either way. Yeah.
She'll schedule it.
What's been in the morning and almost.
Yeah.
Swat.
Swap.
Please open that church schedule. Look it up. Place.
Yeah, because it might be easier for you to go to the BBC first, because they have that training stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
Try the BBC. So talk to Andrew, see what.
Okay.
Yeah.
Simple. Well, yeah. Yeah. So is it 45 or is it?
It's lifelong learning. So I can do that.
Yeah.
So it's hard. So it's been, so his room has capacity of 200. And, filled up another half an hour. I mean, just because these people want to. Right.
One-time session?
Well, I look back, I'm doing another one because the wait list got really big. So I'm just going, no, that's okay.
How are you going to explain it?
Well, I don't know. Why? You sort of start with examples. Like potentially really.
Yeah, sure. Or that who's going to make it.
Even.
Well, that'd be fun. You'll get some interesting questions.
Oh, yeah. I've done this before. Choosing open technology or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've tried it.
So if we were at a plan.
I'll get a class and then just see police.
I can
I don't know if that.
Yes.
I was developing.
If we have it there.
The guy to talk to, the guy who runs it now.
I mean, Thomas is not however they have some.
Write down his contact information.
May I have it? They're nicer.
Hi, Marla, Angela. Nice to meet you. I am.
That's pretty good. I was pretty surprised. Not bad at all. G8 back there? Yes, there's no water, so I thought that'd be good for me too.
Yeah, the previous presenter was to do that too, and then we're gonna.
All right.
Yeah, so when the sun's out.
Not for
So you got the two, what it is, and then it shows what you're doing.
Yeah, when Jim was raised.
No, we won't. So it'll be a little bit for you, but with Rocky,
I can't understand this person.
is it's not meters, so you just keep it as.
And he's going to
And you run that, and you just.
Well,
It's just so hard.
although, even if it's work,
So, but what they do
You're either gonna
Or essentially, create a swimming pool upstairs.
it's the same.
Then over. So we got this.
I am worrying about how to
Yeah,
but still,
it's
sort of.
Oh, yeah, it's draining.
Good news is out there, it's multi people. That was after that.
Never.
I did yeah, oh yeah.
You and I were having. And
we have a very small group. We don't have,
well,
because we DevOps in the sense that we don't separate the operations because we can't afford to.
And you can do, there are some things to do.
I think it's okay, it's gonna have some.
You can do some increase. But I wasn't, that wasn't my
So,
you want a full house.
Legacy.
I thought you did.
Oh, yeah.
And they sold it. They don't direct.
No, really. Well,
It's absolutely still there, no question.
It's gonna be there for last weekend, right?
Absolutely. We have looking more, these more, but
We could try some.
Yeah, it is. You have to make compromises. You have to change your process to fit in the way they do it. Period.
Yeah.
And the same concept.
They've been having some problems. So I can see right there.
If you do invest in those, which is why we're still doing this.
And what really bothers him.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I don't know what.
Well, as long as you see it looking at it, you know.
Generated 26K. Yeah, well, sometimes you still got.
Okay, thanks,
I'll send you over pages.
Yeah. Have it.
Oh, here's actually.
Give me the same copy, just in the copy.
Prices.
Yeah, I got They make the copy pretty warm. Then you get used to the taste, and you can't drink
Some
it.
people don't like it, but that's how I like to do that.
So not, you know, not identifying with.
I can make a couple of coffee.
Yeah, I mean, Dave.
Yeah.
I think he's okay.
Yeah, I know. I used to be at ASU. Don't think so. Max Davis Johnson, I'm the CIO of Boise State. That's our
Okay, good.
But when you guys started, was it?
I was in a different role.
She's in the ball.
Yeah, but I had left it. So I can.
She just goes and.
Yeah, yeah, I know that. I talked to him a little bit about that. Yeah, our program, our assistant, associate provost over IR. Yeah, you should give me a little side. Let me tell you. And actually, that would work great. They'll take the case.
Yeah.
So I need to get us. Yeah, well, yeah, it's all that, yeah. Why do I? Yeah, and then, well, I know they invest so much, you know, into all the analysts, I mean, not necessarily.
Right, yeah, this is all.
Yeah. And then I do count. And then I know Barry really well.
Yeah, I was gonna say Barry.
Actually, yeah, but, actually Barry was at ASU before the meeting here to consult. I haven't like something that says that role, you guys are going to see him. So I suggest Barry.
Well,
We'll see.
We're gonna buy. Yes, that's highly. I've been in. Yeah, I don't know. I like looking at yours.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. But no, yeah, that's surprising.
Yeah.
So I would imagine probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
Their names?
Yes. Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah. So it was wild, they got older.
You don't get this.
We're, as we're meeting with faculty, we're having the whole conversation because they're ready to go tomorrow. But we're having to figure out how to.
So, you know, everything's.
We have 1 more year of contract with June 30th.
I'm saying
So we have to buy.
Yeah, I don't know. No, we actually. sold And if
Because I had called Rusty and I was going to line him up to go to our LMSAG, which we got our advisory group. The idea of the meeting about everybody, we said we're thinking about changing it, everybody was. It's been holding up well.
Actually, we're starting to do that. It takes a couple months.
I know they're working. Our instructional designers are working for somebody on his team. Very helpful. Very, I can't remember.
It turns out that it was
we have an investor instructional designer that not work through us.
So I just believe it's still
our IT staff works together.
All right, Jared.
Okay. So I've been struggling with where to start with this intro. So I think I'm going to start from the beginning, right? Angela Baldessari, I've known her for I don't know 4 or 5 years now, and in various different roles. But one thing that I want to say about her in particular is that she has always been very passionate about collecting data about the student experience and then using that data, leveraging that data to change our institutional behavior in the name of our students and in the name of their success or recruitment or what have you. So a couple of years ago, when was it? Early 14, mid 14? Our provost decided to pull business intelligence out of IT, combine it with institutional research, and create a unit that we call UAIR. They affectionately refer to themselves as airheads, I believe.
I'll own that one.
That's you? Oh, just you. Anyway, and Angela was asked to step in as the assistant provost and associate director, or assistant provost, to help lead that organization, the coming together of those two places. So she's here today to talk about some exciting pilots, some exciting projects that we have underway in the name of institutional research, specifically focused, I think, mostly on academic analytics. So please join me welcoming Angela Baldessari.
Thank you. Well, I'm excited to be here today. Welcome to sunny Arizona. I'm excited to talk to you about learning analytics today. As Derek mentioned, one of my passions is about how we collect data, and not just how we collect data, but how we turn disparate data and data from multiple streams into a comprehensive story about our university, about our students, and about the progress and the accomplishments that we've made. So storytelling is really the name of the game for me. And I think that the work that's being done right now in learning analytics is really exciting because it gives us an opportunity to learn more and tell a better story to ourselves about the process of learning for students in the classroom. And I'm here for you today not necessarily as an expert in learning analytics. I will not promote myself in that way. In fact, I have a lot to learn. But simply as the person who's been leading our campus foray into this area, I think that I can talk a little bit about it. I can tell you what we've learned so far, and hopefully that's of some value to you here today. So first I'm just going to do a little level setting and just talk to you a little bit about kind of the landscape overall, as I understand it. And I'm certainly missing some things. But basically, we're talking about the data systems and software, primarily, that's collecting all of the student breadcrumbs and the trails of students as they click through and as we collect data on them from our various systems. And in particular, the systems where learning supposedly occurs. I say supposedly because that may or may not be happening as a student clicks through an LMS. That's the correlation with outcomes is the important piece for us to start to recognize there. But most of the learning analytics systems today, as I understand them, are both about identifying the patterns, which is essentially data mining, and then using analytics in order to connect those with outcomes and generate predictions. So we generate predictions about student persistence, we generate predictions about course completion, we may generate predictions about the degree of course success in terms of letter grade, things like that. Lots of data sources that could theoretically be employed in learning analytics, but today most of the learning analytics solutions out there are drawing heavily upon LMS systems. In fact, all the major LMS systems offer learning analytics as part of their product offering, and then the third-party vendors that are in the mix, one of which I'll talk about in some detail today, also draw heavily from the LMS, but many of those are agnostic to data sources and are interested in pulling in more. At the U of A, I like to joke that we're data rich and information poor. I know we're not alone in this scenario where we have data streams all over campus. We've got third-party data systems, we've got homegrown systems, and these are just some of the ones that we contend with here at the U of A. So in order for us to have a comprehensive understanding of something as complicated as student success, something that nuanced, we're really going to have to learn how to integrate these data to tell the better story. This represents all of the millions of spreadsheets that are hiding all over campus, where people are attempting to generate some of their own information and tell stories in their own way, including some of our faculty members who, prior to the adoption of learning analytics platforms on campus, some of our faculty have been trying to do learning analytics themselves with varying degrees of success, and we're trying to draw from those experts now as we evaluate some of the third-party solutions that are offered to us. So generally speaking, I think that there's two primary drivers or purposes behind our adoption of learning analytics, and certainly two of the reasons why we went into it. One is for student support. My background before I started my work in institutional research, I was the Director of Assessment and Research for Student Affairs and Enrollment Management here at the U of A. And in that regard, it was all about collecting data about all of those auxiliary services and tutoring and all of the learning support services that Student Affairs offers. So that student life and that rich fabric of student support that we offer, what are the outcomes associated with that? learning analytics can help us have a different view, more from the academic side, into how we can better support students in that learning enterprise. We also pursue learning analytics for teaching improvement, for pedagogy. We're looking at the ways that we can evaluate specific tasks and specific assignments, even test questions, to see if they're problematic for students, if they're standing in the way of learning, and how we could better design those. I'd say those are two of the primary drivers. Drivers are coming from us externally, too. Not only do we want to support and improve our own services, but there's a lot of federal impetus behind this. In the National Educational Technology Plan, the learning brief offered by the Department of Education that goes into some detail, quite a bit of detail, 77 pages worth, all about specifically learning analytics. And then even funding competitions like Obama's Race to the Top emphasize the use of educational instructional data to improve teaching. After this, of course, a plethora of other private funding opportunities sprung up across the country, and there's more and more opportunity for us now to take advantage of resources that are specifically geared towards using technology to improve learning and teaching. But really, it comes down to whether we're going to adopt these to some of our local drivers and what's happening for us as institutions within our states. And so, of course, I would say the desire to improve is a key driver for us. Here at the U of A, as I mentioned, there are lots of faculty who are involved in grants to improve teaching and grants to explore technology in teaching, but those faculty that are also just highly engaged and are continually looking for ways to improve. So we have a lot of that that's motivating this. The fact is that there are also a lot of technological solutions out there that are now knocking on our door. The CIOs, I'm sure you get calls all the time from vendors, so do our provosts and our vice presidents, and so the simple availability of a solution often begs for a problem. The growth in online education, I think, is one of the primary drivers, because in lieu of a face-to-face relationship with your students, you need some way to manage the relationship and to understand the student's relationship with the content that's being offered. And so learning analytics offers one lens into that. Excuse me, I have a cold, so. Concern about return on investment. With the increasing cost of higher education and with the increasing concern nationally about student debt, we are more and more focused on reducing time to degree, which requires students to complete their courses and succeed in their courses and not waste time. And so again, learning analytics is something that can help with that. And then finally, I know for us at the U of A, increased accountability, performance funding, and performance metrics are a big part of this. They're increasingly focused on completion. And so, again, completion learning analytics is one of the tools that in our toolbox to try to focus on improving students' completion of courses and progress to degree. But with all of these reasons why we might explore learning analytics, we have to think about what we have to work with. And I love this quote. It'd be nice if all the data which sociologists require could be enumerated, because we could run them through IBM machines and draw charts, as the economists do. However, not everything that can be counted counts, and not everything that counts can be counted. I love this quote because I'm a sociologist. And I especially love this quote because I'm a qualitative sociologist, which is weird that I run institutional research now, but I'm a qualitative sociologist who specializes in capturing the data that's not easy to capture, about culture, about the construction of meaning, about interaction, those things. And so to say for sure not everything that counts, that not everything that counts can be counted, is part of the equation. And can these learning analytics systems get to what counts? The other piece of this is that not everything that can be counted counts. I'm wearing a Fitbit. Some of you probably are too. This thing generates all kinds of information for me. There is a ton of transactional information out there in the world, but not all of it matters. And so we can count and measure all kinds of things, but how do we distill that, and how do we make sure that the attempts we're making on learning analytics are where we're really focusing on the right things? And so that's hard to evaluate when you're getting calls and you're seeing demos from vendors and you're looking at these solutions. You maybe have an hour with them, or 30 minutes, or maybe 90, to start digging through the products and understand how all of these things are doing. doing that task of learning analytics. Right now, as I can understand it, and I've seen a few, but not all, of the learning analytics solutions out there, most of them present core functionality. Dashboards, key metrics tracking. They're either tracking student activity in the LMS, or they're tracking success on different learning tasks. So it may be success on specific test questions that you can evaluate, whether a question is problematic and you might want to address it or improve it. You may be looking at certain classroom activities and whether students are failing at those, whether they have a relationship to positive outcome in the class. In any case, there's a selection of key metrics, there's a dashboard to present them, there's correlation with those key metrics with the successful course outcomes, so you know that they are important. That's where you have to look closely at what someone's offering. There's usually communications tools to round out a suite, so once you find the students who are not succeeding in a certain way or not predicted to succeed, then you can easily communicate with them with like batch email that's personalized, or text messages, automation of nice reports, and I'd say these last two, testing pedagogical changes or interventions and semantic analysis, are ideal offerings. They're not fully developed out there in the landscape right now. There are some, I think, individuals who are at the cutting edge of learning analytics who are doing a lot with semantic analysis, for instance, capturing discussion boards, the tone of the dialogue with the class and understanding how discourse is actually evolving over the term. That's something that's great and would be nice to do and be an enhancement over simple metrics. And then testing the changes. If a faculty member identifies students who are at risk and they use a tool to reach out to them, can the tool then generate outcomes and analytics based on that outreach that then can inform future outreach to tell a faculty member when is the optimal time to reach out to students? When does a certain type of message work and for which kinds of students at which time? And so that ability to test interventions or test outreach is something that a lot of these solutions are promising. But they are not, as I understand it, all the way down that path so far. But that would be the holy grail. Because if one day we can use this to actually test the effectiveness and start to dial that in, then I think we're really getting somewhere with learning analytics. But we have to be careful with that. We have to be careful with that because we don't want to play Moneyball in the classroom. We don't want to do the strip mall of learning analytics or of education, where all of a sudden we're focused more on efficiency and the generation of certain outcomes at the expense of others, like creativity and exploration and the expertise, the raw expertise that our faculty members come to the classroom with. I think K through 12 has offered us some important lessons in terms of moving too far towards down the road of standardization in order to measure effectiveness, and I think we want to avoid that. We're in a much more complex enterprise here in higher education. And so, we have to ask ourselves these important questions as we venture down this road on learning analytics. And not all of these are very easy to assess, right? And nor do we have uniform agreement about these things on campus. What does a quality education look like? Is something that the U of A we have a faculty senate focus on this right now. But measuring quality is highly contentious. It's probably one of the hardest things on campus to measure with any consistency. But if we're measuring learning analytics, we have to start to address that. What exactly are we hoping to see in the classroom? What do we want to measure and work toward? Who owns the data? That has come up already at the U of A with some of our implementation of learning analytics. And I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. So, and then also, how do we make sure that we're not acting on our students as objects, that we're acting with our students and we're giving them the opportunity to be subjects in their own education, that they can act with agency and control and take ownership over their education. That's the kind of behavior that we would hope to engender with our students. So we also have to be careful with the ways in which we're using these analytic systems toward them.
How do you do that?
How do we do that? I don't think we have the answer yet. I think this is all so new. We're in pilot mode on some of the things that we're trying to experiment with. And none of them are student-facing yet. So I think that that's a really important question. What we're trying to do right now is talk with academic advisors and with faculty about the types of conversations that they have as the result of what they see, and that they're using these as starting points for conversations with students to trigger them into action, but not as deterministic about the student, and certainly not as something to turn around and show the student and stigmatize them with, or anything like that. But that's where we have to be really careful. Yeah, it is, and that's one of the reasons why we also don't have a student-facing app right now, is because we're not sure what that should look like. Because that possibility of stigmatizing a student with a predictive score about their likelihood not to succeed or to succeed is really, I think, treacherous territory.
Well, is it a self-fulfilling prophecy? I mean,
yeah.
There are tons of studies that show if you tell somebody they're going to fail, they're much more likely to fail. So
that's right. Can we find ways, though, to tell students, hey, you look like you're doing well, but the road ahead is about to get a little more difficult. Like, prep them. It looks like, you've been doing well, even though you haven't been logging into the LMS a whole lot. Heads up, things are about to get harder. Are there types of messages that we can engender through the collection of this information that could help without stigmatizing, but instead kind of the nudges that a Fitbit type thing would try to encourage. So I'm going to give you an example that we've been working through on campus. In late 14, we contracted with Civitas Learning in order to basically engage in data federation and predictive analytics writ large. And so with a focus on student success. And involved in this are learning analytics, and they're involved at multiple layers. So I wanted to tell you about this. Phase 1 was the first year to year and a half of our project with a product called Illume, which is a dashboard for IR folks, for institutional researchers. And our goal was to federate the student information system data, PeopleSoft, our learning management system. Our primary one on campus is D2L, but our College of Management uses Blackboard, someone in medicine uses Moodle. It's a big place and people tend to use their own things. But we went with the central LMS, and Think Tank, which is our centralized integrated academic support services for students, tutoring and so forth. So we federated 3 data sets, and the tool that we contracted for displays dynamic persistence projections for the student population and filters so that you can filter by subsegments of the student population. And it enables analysis either by segment of the student population or by predictive feature. And so you can pull lists of students who share a particular kind of risk, for instance, or who are in a particular bucket of risk. And based on the early success from that, and so I mention it because, of course, it has LMS data in it. So the learning analytics are not always just about the classroom. Learning analytics can also be deployed in larger predictions of something like student persistence. Based on early success with that, we carried on to phase 2. In April, we contracted for Inspire applications, which are web-based interfaces for faculty and for advisors. And Inspire for faculty is what we would normally consider in the world of learning analytics. It pulls exclusively from the LMS. It's click-through data in the LMS, log data, and it generates a student engagement score. And so it's not predicting whether the student will persist. It's telling a faculty member how engaged is the student based on their activity in the LMS. That's a proxy, right? That's definitely not saying that the student is learning anything. It's not a true measure of student learning, but it is certainly a proxy, and it is highly correlated with course completion. So that's Inspire for faculty. Inspire for advisors provides a persistence prediction based on the full federated data set, and that we're thinking about the purview of academic advisors is persistence and completion of the degree. So that's why they get the full federated data set, and the focus is there on persistence projections. So we have 2 tools for persistence projections, and we have 1 tool for course level completion, course engagement. And we are only in our very beginning stages with the 2 Inspire apps. In the fall semester this year, we worked through implementation challenges, we worked through our data uploads, we did some user acceptance training, we did some troubleshooting, and now in spring we're hoping for a more successful, basically a smooth launch with a test group, with just a pilot group of faculty and advisors on Inspire for faculty and Inspire for advisors. So very early stages here.
So when you get that, you don't have any data then?
Not yet. I mean, I have faculty and advisors who started using it last fall, but they were using it in that context of take it all with a grain of salt, let's see if it makes sense compared to what I already know. And I included in that pilot group some of the faculty who are the ones who've tried to generate analytics on their own in the past, or the ones who are very good at mining D2L, for instance, for their own data. So they're very good at comparing what they know already and what they would expect to see with what they're seeing in the applications. And then the same with advisors. We've asked academic advisors to take a look at what they're seeing in the tool compared to what they can pull from other systems that they would normally. So no, we don't have any outcomes data or anything from that yet.
Any predictions on what?
You know, this is interesting because this work, I'll say later, I have like one slide on challenges, but I could have done about 4. This work is co-development with the vendor because there's nothing about a standardized product. I mean, sure, there are great bones there in a standardized product, but there's a lot that we want customized. There are a lot of questions and back and forth between our expectations and the assumptions they built into the models. And so it's going to be a work in progress for a while. That's my prediction. But valuable work. I want to talk a little bit about the inclusion of LMS. In our early days with Illum and the institutional research tool and the overall projections of persistence, early in the term, these were the top predictors. High school GPA, financial aid, and the SAT, ACT test scores were not a surprise. Those are very confirmatory of what we already knew. I'm glad they're confirmatory. That means, you know, everyone's on the same page. But LMS activity popped up early in the term. LMS activity for us showed up as predictive on day 14 and peaked in its predictive ability on day 28. That really surprised us because, as I mentioned, we're a big campus. We have D2L as a primary LMS, but it's still at faculty members' discretion if they're going to use it and to what extent they're going to use it. And so that means that some faculty literally load a syllabus in there. Some faculty load a syllabus and some readings. Some faculty build an entire course in there, whether they're online or on ground. And some will use a grade book and some won't, and some who use it won't use it properly. And so we were very concerned about whether LMS as a primary source of data in all of this enterprise was going to help. And Civitas has data segmentation as a key step before analysis begins. And so they're always comparing students who have a kind of data to other students who have that data, not to students who don't. Which is helpful. For students who have that data, it ended up being highly predictive. Now, if I look at the predictions today, because it's a dynamic model, and when I logged in earlier, I noticed that LMS activity is at the top. So now the projections have started to shift. Last semester's LMS activity is more predictive than many of these other things. So is their current GPA now that our incoming freshmen have a GPA. So it changes, and it's interesting, but we were delighted to see that LMS activity was panning out. And what this has done for us is actually opened up the opportunity to have some conversations with our faculty about the importance of how they structure their LMS course sites so that if they want this kind of information, they can generate more of it and enhance the models. I'm going to give you, this is a look at the advisor tool. Really quick, just to show you, it gives the probability, the change in the last day, whether they're enrolled, some other information that an advisor might want, and the top 5 elements or features that would suggest intervention, or that are driving that persistence score. And 2 of them in this example are LMS that would come up. They're just sources of exploration for an advisor, is how we're talking to the advisors about this. There's also grade in progress for the student relative to the average grade in the class, the login rate of the student compared to the class, and a little diagram of that. Inspire for faculty, the learning analytics gives you a heat map of your students if you're a faculty member, and the heat map, it reflects their level of engagement based on their engagement with the LMS. And then you can click through to a particular student and you can see a little line that shows you a spark line that shows you how they've trended up or down in that particular kind of LMS activity. So it surfaces the LMS activity that are most highly correlated with course completion. Those are the drivers of the student's engagement score. Those are basically the learning analytics. There are hundreds of LMS features that are being pulled, and Civitas as a company also derives features on top of that as they combine or dissect those. And so there are hundreds of LMS features that are in here.
What motivates the faculty to do this? Is it in any way tied to their tenure?
No, it is not. And so at this point, we're working with faculty, I call them the Coalition of the Willing. These are faculty members who, have decided that they're already interested, they're already engaged. We're hoping that we can build some early success with them. I'm not interested in trying to push a product, though, that people don't have a use for. And so through the Coalition of the Willing, we're going to find out if peers can be convincing to other faculty about the value added here. And we'll kind of let them sort that out, I think, for themselves. But
do younger faculty engage this, or do faculty who have their tenure who want to improve what they do, or is it all across the board?
I think it's across the board. One of the key drivers in this faculty process for us is a distinguished professor in chemical and environmental engineering. He knows every student he has. He has the one who's tried to do analytics on his own. It's obviously not part of his research agenda. This is just what he does as part of his teaching. And he's part of a STEM grant, an AAU STEM grant for active learning. So there's just a core that we're trying to work with now and see if they can, or if they find value and if they want to be the champions for something like this on campus. So pilot, start small, see what happens. I wanted to mention just a couple of challenges, and for CIOs in the room, there's some lessons learned here for us. CIOs, if you're doing learning analytics, I'd love to talk more with some of you if you are engaged in any of this. I think we have a lot to learn from each other. We started with flat file data transfers, and we're in the process of switching that to VPN because the flat file caused a lot of conversion problems. It was one of the main reasons why we had basically a whole semester of implementation and data challenges. We've also got some internal challenges. Just because there's solutions out there doesn't mean we're data ready for them. We have a hard time linking all of the information we need between our student information system and our learning management system data. For instance, who's the full teaching team? It's not just the faculty member, it's all of their TAs and other people who support them who might want access to the application. We have to link that with data and provide it to the vendor. And we have some challenges in doing that. We have some challenges in co-convened courses. And how they're identified in the system, because a faculty member wants that heat map to reflect all of their sections together, not small sections, not a whole bunch of different screens for small sections. But so some of the data challenges that we have to make sure that we're ready for something like this are a big part of the process. So it's really important for CIOs and for IT organizations to be involved early. And without the support of Michelle Noren before she left, we wouldn't even be doing this kind of work at this point in time, because she was our earliest and most certain our strongest supporter and our biggest financial sponsor. So I can't emphasize enough. I also think it's really important, the model assumptions for faculty versus advisors. That's advisors and faculty have a lot of tacit knowledge about student success. They've learned over the years in the course of their career what works and what doesn't work, and they know that for certain types of students. That doesn't mean that they can't learn something new from data, because there can be some surprising results. For instance, the faculty application that I showed you allows you to sort student engagement by grade in a course. And so, and the two are not commingled in the engagement score. And so if I look at a student who has high engagement but very low academic performance in the course, a low grade, I can understand that, hey, that may not be for lack of effort. That might just be because the student is misguided in their effort. Or perhaps they're lacking a certain core concept and they can't build upon that. And so it offers a different lens that may be invisible despite extensive tacit knowledge in the classroom. And so, one of the things I think that can sink a project is when the model assumptions and what the faculty members and the advisors know to be true don't match, right? So I have some examples of this that we've had to work through and explore. I've got some predictive scores that show students with a 2.0 GPA being predicted as at a high likelihood to persist. 2.0 GPA at the U of A is academic probation. And so I've got advisors saying, I don't believe this thing. It's telling me that a student with a 2.0 is at a high likelihood to persist. We have to have the conversation. Well, there's over 800 data features in this model. 800 variables that are predicting the student's likelihood to persist. There may be a critical mass of other variables in that student's academic background or whatever it might be that are actually driving that score and that are overwhelming the 2.0 GPA that they're currently showing. So we're having to have conversations about what does the data mean? Working with third-party vendors and working with their IP also presents some challenges because they don't want to show you the algorithms. And they don't necessarily want to explain what's driving those scores. And so there has to be pressure by the institution to make sure that anyone who's providing these things for us is transparent enough that we can validate and that we can support and understand and get buy-in on the kinds of predictions and the outcomes that they're putting forth. So that's, I think, another big challenge.
So in your last example where the model is predicting high degree of likelihood for persistence, but their GPA is academic probation worthy, what do you do with that? Do you try to adjust the model assumptions, or do you look at what's missing for this particular student who the model is predicting has great potential but is for some reason falling short?
Right now we're validating. So right now we're flagging those students that don't look right to us, and we're asking them to go back and talk us through it and check it. But one of the features that's not in our product yet, but that's coming, let's see if I can go back to this. For advisors, this, where it surfaces the top 5 drivers of that risk score, right now in our model it's not there. So right now our advisors are getting a score. My little clicker died. It's getting a persistence probability score, and it's not showing the top drivers. And so once it shows the top drivers, I think that there will be more context for an advisor to understand what it's actually pulling from, that would say, hey, you know, maybe the student has a 2.0, but maybe their engagement is far above the average for other students right now. Maybe they're really applying themselves. Maybe they did have high SAT scores, but they're underperforming, or they have been underperforming. So I think that will help with the conversation, but I don't have a good answer right now for exactly how we suss all of that out. I think that that's one of the big challenges here.
So in your process of meeting with the student and trying to figure out what's going on, are you also tracking whether there's some degree of success related to you singling them out, sitting them down, and saying, tell me what's going on with you and your performance?
We'll be testing that because, as I mentioned, we're working on this project with a pilot group. So not all advisors have the tool, not all faculty have the tool, and Civitas Learning is helping us to test with a control group. And they use propensity score matching, so they're matching like, you know, as similar students as they can. And we're going to be testing the groups that are where it's being used and where it's not, and see if we can come up with some demonstrable differences between test and control. Which is hard enough to do, even to talk about a fair control group in a place like this where, you know, you might be able to compare sections of the same course, but if there's a different instructor, it's a completely different ballgame. They may not be comparable at all. So even testing outcomes. And I was at a retention committee meeting at the end of the term, and they were proudly presenting some data about how 97% of our freshman class is receiving an intervention of some kind. They're all receiving some kind of outreach and support. We've gone crazy, right, with retention interventions, because retention is one of our state metrics, and our feet are really held to the fire, and we have very high stretch goals on retention. And so they're doing all of this, but that makes it impossible to test because everybody's getting something. And so when we get into things like this, it's hard for us to demonstrate a true outcome. So I go back to my role as a storyteller, and back to the qualitative nature of things, and it's back to the advisors and the faculty members to say, is there value added for you in your work with this first? And can you tell us about, did this give you a moment of success with a student that you didn't think you would otherwise have had? And then from there, I do think we'll be able to test some outcomes. If we implement campus-wide, we should see increases in course completion, retention, maybe grades going up in courses that are using the application, things like that. But I think adoption will be challenging. I think asking people to do something new in their workflow is challenging. When we have advisors who have caseloads of 400 or 300 to 1, you ask them to get into a new tool, and it's challenging. You know, they have time to basically 15 minutes meet with a student and they're out. So I'm not sure. Adoption challenges are not even on the slide. I also think that this is another one. Not all learning activity is or can be captured or measured. One of the things that our faculty are talking to us about in this LMS is, it's the log data, it's the click-through data. But it's if a faculty member has designed a course with a lot of video content, they may be using YouTube or something else, and as the student clicks out of the LMS, you don't get any more data on what they're doing. That data is missing. And so for certain courses where there's heavy reliance on that, we just don't have a great set of measures for that course. Likewise, it matters where they put the links to content in the course. If they're putting it in the toolbar up above, or if it's all embedded in the course content, it matters. We also have faculty who really are on board with the idea of active learning and engaged learning, and so they've constructed activities that are graded in class that represent engagement. But the product right now is not measuring anything out of the gradebook. And so that's not engagement. It's the activity in the LMS that's the engagement. But we have faculty members who are measuring engagement. So again, it's that disconnect between what the faculty member sees as important versus what the model sees as important. So, and what we can and can't measure through log data in an LMS, I think is going to continue to be a challenge.
You mentioned earlier that your vendor has kind of kept some of their predictive analytics a black box or doesn't want to share. How have you managed that, and are they opening up more? Because that seems to be a real problem, especially in an academic environment where you have very smart, statistically educated people that, a K-means is not scary to any of these people, and you have lots of really, really sophisticated customers. I know, at least in our organization, that would be really hard if it would just, trust us, this is behind the black box.
That'll never work, right? It will never work. So one of the things that we've asked for after just the first semester of kind of getting things cleaned up and ready to go is for a deep dive on data science. And so the chief data officer is going to come to campus, and he's basically going to offer, his a workshop with interested faculty and advisors for them to better understand the models. It doesn't mean that he's going to give them documentation on the models, to have them to hold, but hopefully it means that he'll articulate. We've also asked for some basics things like, all right, well, let's get some documentation on what you're pulling from the LMS. That's a starting point. So that faculty can look at it and say, okay, well, these are the factors that are going into that. Does that even hold water with me? So I think we're going to take it stepwise. I don't think, I've worked with several vendor companies who make various predictions on student success, and none of them are going to show you their algorithm. They just don't. Whether we started with MapWorks back then, and they won't show you their algorithm, and that's IP. But they have to be transparent enough for someone to accept it and to believe it. And that's a challenging task with our sophisticated faculty. You're right. I don't know how it's going to pan out.
The last time I did analytics was in a healthcare setting. So, it was, prediction of diseases and other things, and I spent 8 years very deeply in data warehousing and enterprise analytics and clinical care, and I can tell you that if I couldn't explain every nuance of the algorithm that came to the conclusion for those clinicians, They, and one bad prediction took me 3 years to recover from. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like a bad piece of data. It takes you years to recover from, even though it wasn't you that made the mistake. You exposed something that had been deep and dark in a corner of a system that had never been exposed before, but yet the EDW suffered the pain of exposing that darkness. Its reliability was questioned. And data is data. All we were doing was showing what we received. So this is exciting.
It's exciting, but it's a little hair-raising, yeah.
How to do it without transparency and how they're predicting it.
So that's the task that we've laid before them this semester, is to engage with our faculty and our advisors as the chief data scientist and start to explain some things. And engage with, like I said, I have some tough customers in the pilot group, and see if we can get to a point where they're on the same page about these. And we're also, I think, co-development and partnership is a really important lens to view this through, because this company's young. Most of the learning analytics products on the market are young, right? They're years old. And so everybody's learning together about what this is going to require. And it's different when you have, I think, a learning management system that's just, I don't want to oversimplify, and I'm probably doing some violence to the learning management systems here, but I think that there's a difference between data visualization, where you're putting out a bunch of metrics and you're just displaying the extent to which a student may be engaged in this, or this, versus whether you're turning that into a prediction. And there's an algorithm there that is doing the work. And so I think, if we're doing data visualizations and we're just doing a mashup of existing data for faculty, that's pretty easy to understand. But if we're turning it into predictions that they're supposed to act on and trust, then we're really... But you're right, one wrong piece of data and they'll throw it out the window. You only get one first impression with this stuff. So with some of my recommendations... Oh, by the way, we're in an RFP for a new campus LMS that could turn all of this on its head. And in that RFP, as people are taking a deep look at the analytics that are now being offered by the LMS systems that we had previously not subscribed to when they were immature. Who knows? This may go out the window, and they may decide that the LMS analytics are sufficient and easier because they're already in the workflow. So recommendations, a couple things that I would highlight for you. Are, as I mentioned, get involved early as CIOs and IT. Conceive of it as a true partnership across campus. These are not things we can do for faculty or for advisors or for support services. These are things we have to do with them. And it's very much a partnership. It's a co-evolution. Start small. We started with a pilot group, and I can tell you, I wish if I had to do it over again, I would have started with a pilot group of, instead of 40 or 50, I would have started with a pilot group of like 3 advisors and 3 faculty members, because the exposure, like I said, you get one first impression, and if you're working through implementation challenges, then you've got to be working with people who you trust to see you through those spots and through that process. And the last thing I would emphasize is to support the caliper standards. And I'm probably preaching to the choir here. I don't know you as an audience of CIOs well enough to say, but in this world of all of these different platforms and all of these learning technologies, we have a whole office of learning technology because there are so many of them that we've adopted, and we like to give our faculty options, and they can bring anything to the table that has an LTI. It's so important for us to have an open standards basis so that we are collecting, that we have the opportunity to capture and to push into analytics systems all of the data that's collected by our learning technologies. And right now that is very, very hard to do. We end up in data jail more often than I can tell you. An example with another vendor, we work with Ruffalo Noel Levitz, and they do some analytics for us on yield and on the optimization of financial aid. And some of the data that they wanted is from our CRM. And right now we're in data jail on the CRM. And so it's actually delayed the project by months because it's going to take us so long to extract that data and to get it exported to the vendor. So, you know, it's really important that we push our vendors and that we use our power as institutions and as clients to impose some standards on this and to make sure that our data is ours. We don't have to pay twice for it. You know, we can extract it and we can do what we need to do.
I'm not sure I know what caliper standards are.
I'm sorry. Caliper standards were developed by the IMS Global Learning Consortium, and it's a set of standards that will provide consistent labeling and consistent capturing around all of this kind of learning data. Interoperability is a big deal. So as we're moving towards this vision of a digital learning ecosystem, right, where we can actually have content and teaching, and we can share across these platforms, and we can have the learning technologies all embedded in a coherent system, we want all of that data to be able to flow as well into an analytics environment. And right now, that is a manual and laborious process. If it's possible, it's not even always possible. We were trying to use D2L last I knew, about 4 years back to do some of our own explorations of the analytics data in D2L. And it was before they had offered the nicely defined data warehouse. And they had put it on the market. I think there was an additional price tag for the data warehouse, and we had tried to explore that. We didn't want to pay extra, so we tried to mine it ourselves, and it was really challenging. So those become single little ad hoc projects that kind of just disappear over time instead of being systematic learnings. So thanks for your attention today. I appreciate the opportunity. I'd love to hear from you. I'll probably lurk around a little bit today, so if any of you are working in this sphere as well, I'd love to hear what you're doing. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for Angela?
As you expand the number and variety of data sources that you're going to integrate, how you're dealing with the privacy issue?
That's a good question. It hasn't come up yet because what we're doing is, I think, still pretty straightforward and still within people's framework for how we use data. But we know we have to have a data governance conversation on campus. And so we're talking about opt-in or opt-out for students. I'd like it to be an informed opt-out because I'm a data person. But informed is critical. We have to let our students and their parents know where the data comes from and the kinds of uses that we're employing. We're finding out, like when we do focus groups with our students, that they are not very sensitive about this, right? They're digital natives. Everything about their lives is already captured online. So their threshold is very high. The threshold of their parents, and actually where it's coming up for us on campus is faculty. Because one of the features that's in the Advisor app is that display of a course grade in progress. We had to disable that feature for our application because right now our academic advisors do not have access to course grades in progress. And so we have to have a campus conversation about that before we can enable that one feature. So it's coming up, and I think we'll probably approach it stepwise.
Well, what you're saying is that the faculty don't like spotlight on them, because if faculty aren't managing their course well, that actually is going to show up very, very transparently. Much like clinicians back in the day were very, very averse to having their success data published, but now, at least at our healthcare at the University of Utah, you can go out there and see the success of every clinician that works at the University of Utah Hospital, how satisfied their patients are, everything else, and it was a massive culture change. At first, they threw fits, but I think the culture has to change. I mean, the faculty have to realize
they're in a business, and they, you know, if a doctor has to tell everything about how they're treating their patients, why can't a faculty member be exposed to how they're treating their students?
And is it the student's data, or is it the faculty member's data? If the student consents to having their data used to support their success by their advisors, then, you know, then where does that take the conversation? The other piece, though, is that we have to be really responsible and careful in how we're displaying that information, because I was a faculty member, and I was terrible about getting my grades done on time. And right now, the application displays nothing more than a student's grade in progress relative to the average grade for the class. What I want it to display is how much of the total course grade opportunity does that represent, and when is the last time the instructor logged a grade? Because that's important context, and if an advisor is going to actually use that as an exploration point with a student, they need that information. They need to know if that reflects 90% of the grade or 20% of the grade. They don't have enough information to even use that right now, not intelligently. So we have to make sure we're responsible with it. And that's customization, right, with a vendor, and those things take time. So there's a lot to be done with that.
Thanks, Angela. And hopefully you can stay around, maybe stay for the pre-dinner reception and talk. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Dave, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
You are.
Do you have Dave?
I don't.
Do you have we're broadcasting this, so do you have slides you can share with Alex, or are you doing
I
slides?
can probably give him some afterwards. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I have some slides I can use if you all ask the right question.
So you're just going to
Yes.
So I think most of you probably know Dave Lambert. He's the president and CEO of Internet 2, and he graciously agreed to come out here and give us an update on various topics for I2 and ask lots of questions. I think Dave's staying for dinner tonight, so hopefully
I will.
you can ask the private questions.
I thank you all very much for inviting me. Pat, I think I assume it's, I see a picture of that. So, thanks for inviting me. I know Anna your team, I think last year in your meeting, and I sort of look back at some of the things that she talked about, and you know, it seems at times like the river is moving so fast, but at the same time, you know, there are a set of sort of stable issues that, you know, develop within the organization and within the community. And, you know, Internet 2 is really, I've always felt is really two things. It's an organization that, you know, has taken on some obligations on behalf of the community, but it's really a community, and sometimes a community of communities, you know, all of whom, you know, sort of organize to sort of work and engage around a set of common needs that we have. And it is, frankly, out of that engagement that Internet 2 sort of figures out with your, you know, with your help or your inspiration, and sometimes your big boot in a strategic place, you know, telling us what direction to go, and you know, we appreciate that very much. And in particular, I think those of you around the Westnet community have faced, in some cases, many different struggles than have been faced in the rest of the U.S., particularly as we've tried to tackle this networking, you know, advanced high-capacity networking issue, because you know, the geographic kind of challenges with which you work, lots of open space and long distances, and not the concentration of NFL-type cities that exist, you know, or you know, the kind of close concentration that actually exists among the CIC schools, for instance. And you know, what you've been able to accomplish here, I think, is extraordinary. I think there was a long time where, you know, many of the universities in the West were kind of running a stage or two behind where the rest of the universities in the country were. I don't think that's true anymore. I think what you've been able to achieve in the community you've built here has been very much central to that. And I have to say, kind of looking back, you know, on the history of Internet 2, I'm not sure that Internet 2 has been all that helpful to you, or as much as it could have been at many times, you know, in bringing the full sort of strength of the whole community together and looking at these projects and activities as things that have to be, where there has to be a sense of mutual support for a large heterogeneous community of research institutions within the United States. I can probably say a few things, and then I'll try my best to shut up because I'm more interested in hearing from you than I hope you are in hearing from me, particularly on the heels of I think a lot of information that Anna provided to you last year. I think I would make a couple comments about context, and this is kind of important to us right now because we are in the sort of early stages of our planning for our 2017 program plan and budget. The way we try to do this now on Internet 2 to get a little more discipline, which is always a challenge inside sort of an organization, startup organization like Internet 2 was. I went through this very kind of strange process when I joined Internet 2 in 2010 to have to actually realize that they didn't present the budgets until about a third of the way through the year to the board. And so, that's something that we would have all been skinned and hung out, on the fence post for at the universities we work on, and trying to regain the confidence of the board that we're capable of planning. What we do now is every year we have a planning cycle that results in the presentation of, for example, the 2017 program priorities and budget to the board in actually the spring of 2016. And then we go to work, and the budget for 2017 is actually approved in the August time period. And so right now, we're kind of at the beginning of that process. We had what we call our fall board meeting, which was focused on throwing a bunch of stimuli out to our board about the many things that we're doing and are pushed to do, and trying to get some reaction from them. And now we move into a more definitive process. So I wanted to just, and in fact, I'm off to Emeryville later this week for one of those 3 times a year. We bring the whole executive team and Internet 2 together in one place and sit down and focus on our strategies. And we're doing that Thursday and Friday in Emeryville. So a bit of the kinds of things we're just talking about is much on my mind now, and I thought that might serve, kind of it's a good framing discussion. I think the first thing that is important to understand, I think all of you are involved enough to get this, is that Internet 2 as an organization and across the whole community has undergone rapid transformations in the last 6 or 7 years after a period of relatively stable kind of environment, and the trauma of the creation of National Land Rail and Internet 2, and the emotional battles that occurred around so many of these things. As we began to sort of reorganize ourselves as a community, it's been which started in the 2009-2010 timeframe. It has been really a period of some very rapid change. And as we approach our 20th anniversary, that we'll be celebrating in Chicago at our Spring Global Summit, we've been doing a lot of kind of saying, okay, what is it that's really changed? And if you look back at the history, I think there are several things that we've been dealing with. The new network was very, very important to that. Removing bandwidth as a barrier one more time, and the presence of virtualization and what we've been able to do with virtualized network, and the new uses and the new usage profile of the network, which I can talk a little bit more about if we have some more time. I've got a slide or two. I know last year you had a conversation about, okay, what's really happening on this network, and I've got a slide here that if we have time and you're interested, I'll show you. At the same time, we've been dealing with growing membership and participation and the re-engagement of the CIOs, which has been very, very important in this whole process. Internet 2 was a CIO created and driven project. And by the time I transitioned into this leadership role in 2010, and some of you probably heard this story, I asked Anna to pull together all the CIOs at the first fall member meeting I went to in CIOs there, and only 8 out of over 200 university members at the time. Our last meeting, there were over 165 there at our global summit and participating, many others engaging, and that's been very important to us. A lot of that's been driven actually, by the increasing sort of focus of the CIO community on service above the network, and they're pushing us in the direction of doing the Net Plus program, which has been a real kind of conceptual. Creates some real conceptual challenges to many of the sort of fundamental elements of what Internet 2 was as an organization and community and what we did. All extraordinarily good, but presenting us with challenges that were both organizational and cultural that we never dealt with before. And you all have been very tolerant of the journey that we've had to take there as an organization to do that. And I'll talk a little bit more about some of that focus. And we've also seen, that old standby that was one of the very early things Internet 2 did besides networking, trust and identity, go from being kind of a sideline of what we did in importance, to being in many ways, and I said this a long time ago and got a lot of people mad at me, more important in the long run than the network is. That we may find places in the future where we'll be able to provision advanced networks, and we may not find it advantageous to do that as a community in the future. We may not. I think right now we certainly do. But the one problem that it appears the commercial community is never going to solve for us is to create the flexible identity and trust tools that we need to have to be able to provide the services both within our institutions and services that happen across our institutions. And so that growth has been very important. And as well has been the globalization of infrastructure and services. I was on a phone call some time ago with a CIO at a major university who has been pushing us harder than anyone else has in terms of recognizing that we have got to create programs that support the globalization of education as well as research. Who at a point of some pushback sort of made what I think is a statement that we have to take very seriously, and we do. And that is, again, it's not all that obvious unless we stay at the edge of the curve that we might always even be providing network services. There could be a million different ways to get network service in the future. But the place where many of our universities need it most right now is not to get between their campus and the national network, but to get between their campus and the campuses they're building in China or India or other parts of the world. And that's a very, very different domain for us. Another thing that's different here, and that is the internet and its uses, most of which we contributed to, of course, have become central to the social, economic, and political dynamics of the world, bringing all the good that comes with that, and all the bad that comes with us, and delivering it right to our doorsteps, and putting us in a situation where we have to figure out what the implications of that are. When we started the network and the networking process way back in the 70s with NSFNet, we were dealing in a kind of a commercial technical community that was sound asleep, that was stuck on 15 or 20 or 30-year-old technologies that were not going to meet our needs. It would be very hard to apply that description right now to the commercial technology players, many of whom are driving faster than those of us in higher research and education can possibly imagine, because they have access to big chunks of capital. They have created cultures of experimentation and risk-taking that, while they appear occasionally in the university space, they are not exactly the hallmarks of the way our institutions are operating themselves right now, with a few notable exceptions, a few of whom are in the room. And I think that's something that we've got to deal with. And the change in the profile of the value of networks has changed dramatically. toward everything's being genomics is becoming a rapidly dominant use, and as everything gets networked, it creates very, very different challenges for how we do networking. And then what I think is probably the biggest innovation challenge that we face here that presents overall, I think, the biggest set of challenges that lie right ahead of us, that aren't by any means just Internet 2's challenges, but represent challenges to the whole ecosystem by which we deliver services, from the campus to the state network, the regional network, the national network, the global infrastructure. And that is a much more critical focus and need set around end-to-end performance and operational capabilities that go well beyond the best effort networks that we have been expert at building at the regional and the national level, although we've gotten a good bite of this at the campus level now. But it's only going to get more. It's only going to move faster and faster, and be accompanied, I think, by massive new requirements in cybersecurity and in trust and identity that fit in that whole kind of layer of things. And we're going to see the collapse of the layers of services that we provide in a way that we're not going to recognize 2 years from now, if we even recognize them now as we work. And so as we sort of move forward, these are the kind of things we're going to be talking about next week. How we continue to enrich and expand the network asset. And a lot of that is focused, a lot of the last 2 or 3 years, 4 years, has really been focused on, getting, on bandwidth and virtualization, and, creating a much more fluid set of entry points for research and supporting large-scale research. I mean, we now have over 60, I think in the vicinity now, 700 gig connections to the network. And those aren't all universities. Many of those are resource providers. But we're going to be focusing more and more on this kind of end-to-end deterministic performance, and on the operational capability to support that, and on how we as a community deal with many of the risks we're facing in the future with cybersecurity related threats. But this being done now in the context of the beginning of a planning process, which you all are going to hear a lot more about in the next few months, for our first large-scale replacement of the network, the network right now. One of the goals we had when we got the BTOP award was to do something that Internet 2 had never done before, that many of the leaders in the community were pushing, including me, were pushing Internet 2 very hard to do, and that was to create a business model, a financial model, that enables us to fully fund depreciation, and therefore be in a position to be able to do regular network upgrades and updates without having to get drawn back into the prayers to heavenly bodies and granting agencies and things that were not always very predictable and didn't particularly allow us to think about things in a coherent way. And the new network gave us an opportunity to move toward a business model that, with some ambitious but doable, so far doable, business development. We were, in some very smart work by some of our board members and our CFO to arrange access to a large tranche of public-backed bonds, low-interest public-backed bonds. We are actually in a position now to have a network funding model moving forward. And the first of those waves of fixes for the switching routing layer of the network hit in 2018. Right. Although we never intended these to be, we've always thought that we're better off to upgrade gradually as opposed to do big, large sort of forklift kind of upgrades. And so this gives us an opportunity to look at some of these new challenges, and we're going to be really engaging with the community about that. And I think it's going to require some specific tune-up, and I think we're sponsoring actually a meeting in Phoenix that George and Rob are doing with the state and regional networks, trying to sort of come back to not just looking at how we're going to move through that process, but going back a little bit and taking a look at how the requirements are changing for what not just Internet 2 has to do, but what we've also got to do at the state and regional infrastructure levels to be able to address the things we need to do. We're going to be talking a lot about maintaining and enhancing community engagement. We've got a conversation that is in the community now. I know many of you participated in the first open call we had last week, looking at how some changes in the membership model, and how our fee structure is tied to the membership model, and trying to find an approach to taking the albatross of Carnegie classification system, which is many decades outdated, off our necks and moving to a model that's more flexible, while at the same time generating the additional revenue that we've been talking about for a year and a half to make sure we have sustaining revenue to support the tier infrastructure in operations. We have been rapidly growing. We've seen lots of new membership entrants. In this past year, we brought our first two large community college systems in Internet 2. One of which, Montgomery College in Montgomery County, just secured about $60 million in research funding from the federal government, thanks to their particular political acumen and their location. We've begun to see HBCUs that are trying very hard to create conducive environments for researchers, participate in our workshop process, and work to get funded by NSF for connection. We've seen now many of we're seeing a trend now of the elite four-year schools, many of whom are now actively recruiting researchers in order not to get trampled by the R1s in their undergraduate recruiting, because the R1s are putting a lot more focus on undergraduate research than they have been in the past. So we're seeing this change in dynamic, and we're working very hard in our conversations internally and with the community to kind of make sure that we have an approach to expansion without compromising, sort of our core fundamental character as a contributor community. That Internet 2 is a community that people come into that bring value. And we like, the ability to move fast, the ability to be agile, puts Internet 2 in a position where carrying a lot of members that aren't contributing members, that aren't really involved in, our working groups, that aren't really involved in uptake of the services we work on together, just simply isn't within the framework of what Internet 2 is or needs to be. There are many other ways to do that. And we're going to be talking a lot about taking the Net Plus program to the next level of maturity. We did a sort of 3-year program assessment for the board that we presented in late spring. And, as we talked to the community, as we looked at what had happened, as we looked at the underpinning financials, it became very obvious to us that it had grown too complex, that there were too many business models trying to satisfy too many, the intersection of too many providers and consumers' unique business and legal requirements. It was very clear that the onboarding process and the sponsorship process the bar wasn't raised high enough, and too many services were getting through the system that are still, have no more than 2 or 3 universities participating. And, at that level, it just is very hard to justify the amount of extraordinary amount of work that goes into creating these arrangements. So, we have a new strategy, that is focused on simplification, working, raising the bar in participation, and really focusing on trying to find the really transformational applications in earlier stages that become largely impactful, like Box has been, and Splunk has been, and Canvas has been, and to probably actually spend far less time trying to boil the ocean and far less time trying to arm wrestle with large legacy providers that burn up a lot of our time and effort, but who are already so vested in their traditional business and service models that you know, they're just playing robo-dope, and it becomes very kind of difficult for us to do. A lot of conversation. This will be the first ELT meeting that Kevin Maroney will join us as the new Vice President for Trust and Identity. This represents a real kind of doubling, tripling down that I think the community feels is important in Internet 2's work in the trust and identity space and delivering the tier project. And you know, we've now, you know, this effort is to get substantially more focus on trust and identity, to have it not buried one level down in the Internet 2 organization, but to be a new division that you know, was sort of a you know, was very, very much what the Tier Investor Council in particular, and many of the leaders in the identity space wanted to see happen, I think, before they're prepared to make the additional levels of investment that they need to make in making the trust and identity efforts sustainable in the long run. A lot of increase, we're talking a lot about increased efforts this year in tending the ecosystem. And because, as I've said earlier, I think it's a critical time for a lot of conversations to occur. And sorting through how the transforming technical landscape will impact Internet 2, the regional and state networks in our university. We have this real kind of tension. The only real tension, I think, that's left between Internet 2 as an organization and our board, for instance, is the concern that we're doing too much. You know, that the growth is too rapid, that the spread is such that we're risking, you know, core missions. And we spend a lot of time talking about this. I mean, it's something that, you know, boards, it's an issue that the board should be raising, that we should be responding to, you know, and we often find ourselves caught in a situation where, you know, you say, well, you know, we just don't have the resources to go off and deal with X. But at the same time, you know, you've got the specter of another, you know, ignoring owned fiber infrastructure, for instance. You know, which with the wrong strategic decision, right, and people digging in their heels and saying, no, we're not going to do that, you know, we end up creating large fractures in the community because people will go and do it anyway. And we find ourselves in complex situations. And so as we look out there at some of these new things, you know, we have tried to create a mechanism and set of processes to get a little more discipline around that process, to broaden the involvement of people in this sort of future-forward thinking through the work that Florence Hudson is doing as our Chief Innovation Officer, and trying to look at spaces like Internet of Things and, you know, smart cities and smart environments and end-to-end trust and identity and, you know, security in this new connected world to sort of make sure that we understand what kind of impacts these major changes in technology are going to have, and what the impact isn't going to just be on Internet 2 as an organization, but on our whole system, you know, on the university. If Internet of Things is, which Gartner, some of these numbers are crazy, I think projected as a $17 trillion industry by 2025. If that's the case, then every university in the country ought to be figuring out how to try to teach their students to participate in a world of the Internet of Things, right? Otherwise, they're not going to be employable. So getting these kinds of conversations started and bringing those kinds of issues into our community for good discussions, not just with the network architects and the CIOs, but with the academic leadership of the community is something that's very, very important to us. And we'll be talking about globalizing the infrastructure and services. It's one of those sort of things that we're confronted with on a regular basis where, we've got, 12 to 15 schools for whom this has now become a almost nearly an existential piece of their strategy, who are not in a position to go out and build their own infrastructures at the global level, and will have to invest hundreds of millions to be able to do that independently. Looking to us to be able to do those things, but I think we know that 5 years from now or 6 years from now, most of the major U.S. universities are going to have large-scale global footprints. Why? Because education and research are globalizing. And I always sort of figured when I first got involved in this battle over this, when I was at Georgetown, when we were dragged into making the decision to put a campus in Doha, Qatar, and all of the trauma that came with doing a project that complicated, that what was driving this was really the rule of Willie Settler. Why do you remember that? Why, when they asked you, Willie, why do you rob banks? What was his answer? It's where the money is. And supporting these massive multi-billion-dollar enterprises that our universities have become now, on dwindling revenue sources coming from a single country is just not feasible. And so there are a lot of very sort of high-sounding drivers of the globalization strategy, but fundamentally for our institutions it boils down to getting more students, generating more revenue, and having more impact, and maintaining their reputations in a world where, it's not going to be a decade from now, you're not going to be looking at the U.S. News and World Report ranking of U.S. universities. You're going to be looking at the London Times ranking of global universities to decide where you're going to go if you are a great student with parents who can afford to pay for the best education. And that's really critical to an AAU Carnegie Research Intensive class institution. And then sort of internally, and I'll shut up and let you talk and respond to any questions. We continue to have to spend a lot of time maturing the Internet 2 organization to be able to support the level of program growth we're experiencing. And that has been a real challenge. It really had not developed much organizational capacity. We were sending you bills with a Microsoft Word mail merge process, believe it or not. We were still, until 3 days ago, we were still managing our finances with a commercial accounting system whose name you would all recognize from prior years. And we had no single sort of place to store information about you, and to be able to understand what you're doing and engage you. So that's been a very, very important central part of what we've been trying to do for 2 or 3 reasons. One, nothing we had scaled to the level of involvement we have to. Now, number 2, we were driving me crazy, and both of those things I think we're on more on a clear trajectory to fix. And so those are the things that we're going to be talking about, within the organization, across the community, as we move toward generating our 2017 program plan. And along, and what I didn't say was with each annual budget, we do a rolling 5-year budget model that, it's important to be able to understand beyond just 12 months sitting out ahead of us. So those are perhaps some stimuli that you have an interest in reacting to, or questions you might want to add, things I didn't touch on. I trust this group to.
Patty had a couple questions, Scott, too.
Yeah, so I can start with one. David Scott Bailey from Colorado State University. I'm delighted to see you here. Thanks for taking the time. As I expressed to John O'Brien earlier, and to have both Internet 2 and EDUCAUSE represented at the same meeting, I think is extraordinary and fun to see. Can you
we
share
share office space, but we only meet each other at meetings like this. So
Can you comment a little about the current status of the collaboration between the two organizations and where you see that going strategically?
Well, I mean, I think I think it's at the healthiest point it's been in the time frame that I've certainly been in this role at Internet 2. I think we went through some challenges over the last couple of 3 years, just simply because Internet 2 was moving so fast and being driven so much by the community. It was hard for us to even stop and say, spend the time to engage with the EDUCAUSE executive team. I think that created some problems. I think the point of focus that was very real in EDUCAUSE during Diane's leadership period around pedagogy and classroom-based stuff, sort of pulled EDUCAUSE's attention away from some areas that had traditionally been of a great deal of mutual interest. And so John and I have spent quite a bit of time talking about this. I think we both have specific elements in our performance plans with our board for the next year, which says improve the Internet 2 EDUCAUSE collaboration. And both of us are sort of fully committed to doing this. We started into a process that began in fact, at the beginning of the transition, where the senior executive teams are actually meeting on a regular basis, and they hadn't been doing that. John and I have a very clearly articulated, no secrets strategy, and have a new model that says if you hear a rumor about something that was happening, the first thing we do is we pick up the phone and we call each other, because 9 times out of 10 it's something that sort of some elements of dynamic. But where are we really going to work together? I think there are going to be a lot of spaces where that's going to be true. This issue I described of the whole system, the whole value of the ecosystem, and this change in this collapse of the dividing lines between networks and between networks and servers and computation devices, and the emergence age of content that drives things, I think gives us a lot of common ground. I think we have to we've worked a long time together on security, but I think we have to take it to the next level. I mean, where we are in terms of being able to support the things you're doing, needs a substantial uplift, and I think we're spending a lot of time right now talking about that. Our sort of community engaging teams has spent some time having conversations about how we more effectively align the way we engage with the community and the way we do meetings, and to try to create a more holistic kind of structure for engaging the community that is much more integrated than it's been in the past. And so those are some of the places I think where it's pretty clear to me, at least, that we're going to be doing a lot more work together. I think more of those spaces will emerge as the two leadership teams are able to spend more time together, which we're committed to. John?
No, you said it great. This idea of the red foot telephone sounds almost kind of funny, like really we have, but you'd be amazed. At least I'm amazed at the level of ideas that sprout up out there and take on this tremendous, reality, which has almost nothing to do with. And then we get caught up because by the time we hear about it, maybe one of us hears about it first and doesn't bother to tell the other. So we've just started instantly, if we're hearing that there's some concern, if somebody is, there was a while back where it seemed like every few months there was somebody wondering something out loud, and we've just gotten out of habit to pick up the phone and talk to each other, and it sounds trivial, but it's incredibly important. We have teams that are working together, and I concur with Dave more closely than from what I'm talking to people that we have in the past. There's so much work to be done. We've just also decided we're not going to sit and quibble about stepping on each other's toes, because honestly, I think we're pretty much completely in alignment as to the work that Internet 2 does, the work that EDUCAUSE does. There's elements of overlap, and we work those out, but we're not really struggling at all. There's enough work to be done, and what we're really trying to refocus the energy that I think we might have in the past spent struggling with that to figure out how we help each other in a complementary way. And I'm really excited about it. The last thing we did was to figure out a new contract for a workspace. Again, seems trivial, but as you know, if you've ever done these things, it's not. We were able to work it out together and come to a mutual agreement with something that did not seem like it was going to be that way. So I'm very excited to work with David and Internet too, and I agree with his characterizations.
So I'd like to ask you to elaborate a little further on your opening comments about, I'll say, the West in general, in terms of long distances, few cities. Albuquerque, you've been trying to get a football team, it's not going to happen. So, I mean, there's a couple of you on the map, that's one of them, not going to happen. We could talk a little more about maybe some things that may be on the table as we go forward and think about the West and long distances and et cetera.
Yeah, I think a couple elements from the history are number one, the first network infrastructures that we built nationally were scandalously sparse in the West. And, we worked as hard as we could possibly work, as a community in the BTOP award to create, our fiber infrastructure in a way that touched substantially more of the West. And so that has solved some, that has solved and the potential to solve better some subset of the problems for getting from large city to large city. I also think it was true that, Internet 2 had become a organization that was functioning primarily from the CIC East. And I think I understand how some of those dynamics emerged. Some of it was that issue of cost and complexity. Some of it was the central role that University of Michigan played in rolling this up and the focus in Ann Arbor. And so one of the things that we've concentrated a lot of energy on and some expense on is assuring that we are physically distributed around the country as an organization, and that we've got you don't have to come to Ann Arbor to be engaged with Internet 2 or to come to a meeting in the Internet 2 office, and so that it was something that was very important. We had also, I think, to a great degree, disengaged from the working with the Western state and regional networks to a great degree. Now, a lot of that happened as a result of the tensions that preceded and got all tied up in Internet 2 and NLR. And in the minds of certain people, I think, became a kind of a zero-sum game battle that, was I think I understand, the dynamics that had happened. I think it's a tragedy that it happened because, the Western universities were very, very important in the creation of Internet 2. I mean, two or three of the major leaders that caused this thing to happen. Tom West and Stuart Lynn in California and Dick West and Bill Lewis. There were a bunch of people that were very, very involved and committed at that point in time. And so what we're trying to do, and I think we've made some progress. I don't think we've taken all the issues off the table. Is having the same level of engagement with the universities and the state networks and the regional networks in the West that we have in the rest of the country. And George and Linda work really, really hard on that, and we've got people really focused on it. I think we're still trying to escape the long tail of history, but I hope we're making progress there. I also think that we have to we have to draw some lines, in the future that we failed to draw in the past. I'll give you an example. In the VTOP award process, there was an original plan to create infrastructure to Alaska and Hawaii. They are, after all, 2 states in the United States. And there was this mythology developed that I don't have seen any evidence was anything other than mythology, that NTIA would not fund that sufficiently to be able to do that. And so very quickly, early on, there's this decision, well, we've got to jettison Alaska and Hawaii to go do this. And I've since talked to everyone who was central in NTIA to this process, who said to me, were you guys crazy? Why in the world didn't, as we tried to get money for Alaska and Hawaii, why in the world wasn't that part of the original proposal? I think it was an emotional thing. I think it was just, a kind of a standard old reaction, to jettison anything that looked complicated and to do the easy thing. And I think as we move forward in the future, and it's just a community, like all communities, there has to be a focus on the whole community, right? And doing these projects with business justifications and say, look, this is only cost justifiable in the I-95 corridor, right? Is a choice that we've made too easily in the past. And I think we have to stop making those choices, frankly. There are unique issues. I think we've got to, to really help solve the West problems. The fiber market is different. The political cultures are frequently different. And, I think we just have to work together enough and commit ourselves to kind of bearing down and addressing those issues. And in many cases, we're moving forward, like with the VTOP award, if we don't all go, no one goes. And I think that's part of a strong community and a value that we have to reinforce a heck of a lot more as we move forward than we have done in the past.
So just to follow up on Gil's question a little bit, this morning we had a discussion with Lara Levin, who Executive Director of the Gig.U initiative, and the discussion talked a lot about the importance of peering as part of building next generation community networks. So curious if you have some insight as to Internet 2's view of that, and if there's any approved models for peering with these kinds of community networks.
Yeah, I mean, you may. The question may make me grab one of our third rails here. So I will ask your indulgence as I grab a hold of it. In the first place, there are a number of community networks. Most of the major ones that connect to the Internet 2 infrastructure through the US UCAN program, working with state and regional networks. And where my own sense is that it is in the best interest of the whole ecosystem for those community relationships to stay the strongest with their region, the state and regional networks where they exist. But we've had a couple of issues that have bedeviled us there. One, not every state network has a charge to serve community networks, and so we've had situations where we have had to walk through some political landmines, and there is, I think, a concern that if we connect a community network in a state that isn't served by a state and regional network, that we're going to turn right around and start serving connecting community networks directly in states that have strong state and community networks. And so it is an area where I have tried to be, to not impede progress, but have not been aggressively pushing a strategy because of my apprehension about fostering historical mistrust and making it worse. We've had at least 3 situations where we've had community network leaders who want to be at the top of the hierarchy and who don't want to work with state and regional networks, that we've had to do some tiptoeing around in order not to create problems. We're doing our best to be good diplomats and trying to figure out ways to prevent those kinds of conflicts in the ecosystem from inhibiting providing quality services to people. I do think, and that's what US-UCAN was created to do, that it is substantially in the best interests of the R&E community networking, the R&E networking community, and our national broadband strategy to effectively to provide a flexible and effective mechanism for incorporating community-based networks into our infrastructure. Yeah, it certainly creates problems. It brings commercial traffic into our world at a level that we've not often had there, and we've got to have better solutions for how we do that. But at the same time, I can't. It's hard to tell the difference between a commercial piece of traffic and an R&D piece of traffic. I mean, I look at something like BGI, what used to be the Beijing Genomics Institute. They control 85% of the genomics equipment, testing equipment in the world. They're a commercial company in Shenzhen, China, who have subsidiaries. One on the UC Davis campus and one on the Broad, the Harvard campus at the Broad Institute, and virtually everyone, at most universities having genomics work done is engaging with BGI one way or another. So these are issues that we have to have a good conversation, which is going to hit us in this next decade, and going to be very political about the relationship between R&E networks and increasing portions of the the commercial community that are about public purpose. And it may also require us to have some new and different kinds of relationships with some commercial providers who are willing to be more open and flexible in working with us than they've been in the past. And I'm not sure that all will be.
So Dave, this is Pat. Would you feel differently rather than just connecting the whole community if we were able to just connect our CSU constituents behind us, for example, as CSU, and similarly, so if we could partition it off to that individualistic kind of peering?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that's a discussion that we should start to have as a community.
Well, and I think there are several campus there's several of Blair's projects that have that as a fundamental outcome that involve integrating off-campus residents and students, and non-traditional students into a community provisioning fabric where the university is a primary partner. And based on every conversation I've had, there's certainly, I think, an intention, a purposeful intention, for those users to be able to transit the Internet 2 network. Now, what we have to be careful about, I think, is blasting, is blasting out into places where that line is impossible to justify. And I think there are some of them. And as we've increased the use of the Internet 2 network, we've been very careful to try to avoid doing dumb things that will ultimately, that could blow up in our faces and kind of initiate a renewed battle with the commercial providers, who are, at this moment in time, where's wood? I've got to find some wood. Somebody knock on wood for me. Is relatively settled down. And I think that's good for everyone involved.
Question over there. So, well, just a comment first of all. I was involved in PBS, who went this kind of dance with it's when the satellites came in there on the internet where they could directly how they work. They seem to be able to come to some agreement and still keep the local empowered in their communities. So I mean, it felt like they're part of the system.
Well, PBS is, we have done a lot of work with PBS in the last year or two, and one of the hallmarks of I think of PBS is it is a much more mature organization and community than we are, who had the same roots. I mean, PBS started in universities. Half the first PBS, most nearly, I think 80% of the first public broadcasting stations, radio and television, belonged to universities and were housed in universities. And I think if you were to sit down and talk to Paula Kirker, which I've done a lot to talk to Paula Kirker and other senior leaders in PBS, they made a lot of mistakes along the way. But they're also in a pretty good place. I think you're right with respect to the way the relationships exist. But there's also trying to walk that line of maintaining sort of business financial stability within their ecosystem is something that is an everyday conversation in that community.
I just want to talk about financial models and the future and how they're going to be worked out.
Yeah.
And the role of the federal government. I mean, you talked about how we need to get the network in a place where we can replace, and that has a substantial thing. Do you think that can be done without the federal government? I don't think any regional network like the Utah Education could get along without the E-rate money or some federal kind of support to help us, particularly with universal service areas, which are when you have large geographic distances as you move west. For instance, can Internet 2 in some way run K through 12 traffic and get E-rate to help them with their expense? I'm sure you probably tried that. We've had those discussions.
We have had a lot of discussions. We have not gone up the flagpole yet with a specific proposal. But in fact, there are a set of conversations that John Morbido is trying to foster right now with several of the regional networks about how we might do that. The first thing we had to do was to work together to get regional networks qualified for Universal Service Fund money, which they now are. And the second thing that we have to do is to get them thinking about how they apply that money outside the context of this traditional handout to the telco providers who tax the thing, who do the taxing and think it's just simply their money, and the Universal Service Fund program is just a way to get that back. There are certainly some folks running the USF right now who are prepared to be much more creative if we can figure out a way to split the needle. I think it's going to be much easier for the regional networks, many of whom already benefit from universal money, to do more so. In the first place, you can buy fiber with the money now. And I think there are several, I don't know who the state fiber project can fund it. I think they have. I'd have to through Universal Service Fund money. But I think that will become more common, and I think trying to do with this revised USF what we did with BTOP to try to structure a national level proposal that would essentially get them contributing for a broad common good is something that we're trying to envision what that might look like as this process unfolds. We submitted responses to I think Gordon, you were on the External Relations Committee, right? Yes. And you're aware we submitted supporting documentation. I wouldn't try to go to the table with this proposal if we couldn't get fully on board with at least a significant subset of state and regional networks, because it's not an area where we can afford the amount of conflict to unfold if we can't figure out the right way to do that. Can we afford this network, the national network, without it? We have a way of doing it. What scares me about it is, I told Rob this, much to his chagrin, about a year ago. We are really, the new Internet 2 network is actually a working instantiation now of the NLR funding model. More than 40% of the cost of the network are paid for by fund sources other than those deriving from universities and state and regional networks. That's risky. That's risky because those represent spigots that could get cut off if we can't sustain the relationship with ESNet, for instance. It destabilizes the funding. If there's a new federal CIO or CTO that tries to drag the research parts of the federal government, like HHS and NOAA and NASA and the research arms of federal agencies back into a federally procured system, that's what destabilizes. And so those become those are things that we have to pay a lot of attention to. I would rather not be doing that. The one thing I'll also tell you I would rather not be doing, frankly, having a real opportunity to observe many of my colleagues around the world dealing with government funding, that it is really hard and it is really messy and it is really difficult for many of them to maintain the level of flexibility and speed that I think we want Internet 2 to be able to maintain, and deal with the increasingly complicated burdens of satisfying government funding. Not to mention the fact that there are 3 large-scale networks in the world that are community funded: Internet 2, DFN in Germany now, it was forced through a transition by the German government, and ARNet in Australia. There are some small ones that may be close, but virtually all of the other 130, 140 plus research and education networks in the world are funded significantly, and significantly I mean 50% or more, by the federal government. And our government got out of the business, and that's why Internet 2 exists. That's the hand we're dealt, and figuring out how to bring them back in productive ways. I mean, the VTOP award was a very productive way for the federal government to come back to the table. It is a bit ironic that the Department of Commerce funded the next National Research Network, but it's certainly, be very careful here, the way they did the program created orders of magnitude more flexibility for us than having to deal with an NSF program in a situation where, I'm not sure whether you're aware, but Internet 2 is a consortium, and we're not even eligible for NSF networking awards.
And yet they're actually creeping back in to doing almost the same programmatic, I'll say, agenda you articulated earlier regarding security, networking, and others, and going almost into the EDUCAUSE spaces as we speak. So NSF is going back into those spaces. They're being careful where they're going.
Yeah.
Obviously, but they are going back. So that's the third component of the conversation.
Yeah, and I think it's a very useful component. I don't think they will, as hard as it is for them to get some of these funding programs off the ground. And I have presented at least 5 separate proposals to NSF with at least 5 very different approaches to try to get them to bring some even modest amount of money back to the national infrastructure table. And it's not happening. And that doesn't mean it can't happen in the future, but it's certainly not happening now. It is, however, extraordinarily useful for them to have programs that to put money directly at the campus level.
That's the entry point where they believe they are going to eventually need to get the middle mile next, because they're starting those conversations.
Yeah, it makes it, in some cases, more complicated for us. If you look at their funding of 100 gig campus upgrades, their funding of 100 gig campus upgrades really created the energy for the innovation platform program. But it drove the the bandwidth requirements for 100 gig backbone elements much faster than our business model had implied. And they weren't. We had to figure out as a community. We had to figure out how to use all your connector fees and everything else to figure out how to pay for that. It's working. It's a complex ecosystem. It has a lot of there are a lot of constraints in the equation. But I'd just about rather be where we are than where many of the other countries trying to work, within the government-funded context are right now. But it is a constant challenge, and I think requires a level of agility and, frankly, entrepreneurism that we have to be very careful about doing something wrong, right? Yeah.
You focus about the governance process, the transparency, and how decisions are made.
Yeah. As I said, Internet 2 is not even eligible for federal networking grants.
Well, you are eligible for some because UCAR is a not-for-profit, and we just are about to pay one for the big cloud. You have to read them carefully sometimes.
Well,
a not-for-profit can't do it.
But
the ARIs actually read it.
Absolutely.
So you do have to be selective, but you're right. Most are written.
You look, for instance,
and I've actually talked
at the last IRNC solicitation, it specifically excluded.
Right. And I have talked to Kevin about that because it also not only impacts Internet 2, but impacts a number of the regionals who are also not-for-profits. And in many cases, I think there are efficiencies to be gained from central proposals that maybe support multiple universities opposed to.
And we've succeeded in some places. For instance, we lobbied very hard with Farm to Aim to get consortia included in the cloud. NSF cloud proposals, and we succeeded. But it becomes almost a kind of a bespoke thing. It's almost a one-off thing. You've got to go. You just have to go back and you've got to fight for it every time.
Well, and I think that's something Jim's going to be here tomorrow talking about some of the quilt activities at the regional level. But the quilt also has problems submitting, and there's cases where it could make sense for the quilt to be able to submit a proposal on behalf of some of the other regionals. And I think there's a lot of caution, obviously, on NSF's part that they don't want to get in the way of universities, but they also don't want to get in the way of somehow Congress thinking they're funding private companies and.
Or they cross state lines. They're going to go there, and they're going to go there somewhere in the West for all the reasons that you just went through, because they have to.
Yeah, and we do. We are eligible sometimes. We get a lot of, I guess I would say, we get a lot of workshop awards. We get some development awards, but getting NSF thinking about their role in national and global infrastructure has been a real challenge.
And I think Internet 2 and the regionals and the quilt need to keep working with NSF to try and educate them as to some of the efficiencies that can be gained by allowing it. Because I think there are some inefficiencies, certainly. And I think in the West in particular, the CCIEs for the small schools could have been possibly much more efficiently done with a single award for multiple small schools.
I can tell you what created the culture. I think it's really a problem we have to deal with, and that is the NSF program officers concerned that they're going to get in the middle of conflict. And conflict, having, the worst thing in the world that can happen to an NSF program officer is having, congressional liaison in Pennsylvania call NSF and say, my university didn't get this award, and because it went to a consortium. And that is there's a very high karmic and political cost for that within NSF. And The only way we're going to deal with that problem is deal with ourselves as a community and send a common message about our commitment to work together as a community as opposed to work separately.
We've also seen small institutions gain ownership of those awards and actually begin to reinvent themselves.
Right, and there's advantages.
So there are advantages,
Absolutely.
and that actually is the other side of the conversation. And to the extent that large national organizations can impact very small communities that they basically don't believe they're going to be paid attention to after that award is done, is one of the fundamental problems.
Absolutely.
So there's some ways that have to be sorted out to get to that.
And certainly, and again, the competition for scarce resources thing is a real issue. I mean, it is very important. The fiscal health of research university is very important to the existence and mission and role of internet too. And so, finding a way, finding the right path through those complex of issues is something that is never simple.
Well, it's been a great conversation. We have a couple of people waiting to present. So, Dave, thanks so much for coming out. Hopefully we can continue this over dinner.
I'll stay around.
Eric, you want to?
Online is John Louvier and Kevin Reeve. I think we'll flip them over.
Can't see you, Kevin.
Can you see us on the screen yet? There we go.
Use Kevin's.
Kevin?
Yeah, that one right there. Yeah, there you go. Excellent. Hey guys, thanks for joining us from the Great White North. We're the Great Wet South. We'll just turn it right over to you folks.
All right. Hi, I'd like to quickly introduce myself. I'm John Louvier, and interestingly enough, I was kind of calculating up who was in the room, or at least who I had worked for, and I've worked for Eric Hawley there, and then I've worked for Kevin Reeve here, who's co-presenting with me, and then also in the room we've got Robert Wagner, that is my current boss, and I guess by de facto I've worked for Pat Burns when I worked for Unison with Amin, who's no longer there. So this is kind of fun. All right, what we'd like to cover today, share my screen here. Oops. We'd like to share with you a little of the things, some of the things that we have been doing here at Utah State. All right. Okay. So here's a couple of things that we'll cover. I'm going to talk a little bit about LTI and what we have done to develop those and why we have been developing some homegrown tools and the reasons that those have evolved out of our institution, and many of you have been doing those also. And then I'll address a little bit about the IT support that's necessary that should be applicable to many of you. And then what I'd like to do is briefly give you some tool examples, some of these LTI tools that we've developed, and show you the problems that we've had and the solutions that we've been providing with those tools. And then I'll turn the time over to Kevin, and he will talk a little bit more about the analytics tools that we've been building that are fairly straightforward and simple tools. And then ultimately how we're going to continue this innovation within our institution and sustain a lot of these tools, which is quite a challenge. So I'd like to frame this in the context of a course. A lot of the decisions that we've been making here at our institution, the evolutionary process of this, has been really at the course level. And so I put together really what I would say is the course life cycle. And it starts with a faculty member usually, and if you can have an instructional designer or a subject matter librarian or a whole team, they work in designing a course. Now, we can think of an online course or a face-to-face course or a blended course. I mean, they all are designed in some form. For today's emphasis, we're going to be talking really about courses that are supported by our LMS. And I can show you some of the tools that we have that we can show that that our LMS, which is Canvas, is being widely adopted, not only by our, of course, our online courses and our IVC or broadcast courses. It's being utilized more and more, and then our face-to-face classes, it's being used and adopted more readily. But once a course is designed, then we go and we implement it. So we teach the class. Now, if we're utilizing Canvas, then we can pull out a lot of rich information, behavioral information about the students, what the students are doing in terms of interactions with the content, interactions with their instructor, what sort of feedback the instructor is doing. We can start looking at what's happening with the teaching and learning process in the implementation. And then we go and evaluate those courses. Now, evaluation in the past has been primarily done through course evaluations. And that does provide some qualitative information that can be very rich and provide good feedback. But for the most part, I think many of your faculty will agree, they don't really care much for these the student evaluations and course evaluations, and they always dismiss them in some way. However, the promotion and tenure process really emphasizes or adds weight to this at a lot of institutions. And so there's this constant struggle in that being one of the only ways to really document their teaching and the effectiveness of their teaching. And so what we've been looking at this course life cycle is how we can improve that and where the gaps are. And so what we found is that we've identified gaps in either our course design. So we've evaluated the course, we've identified areas where we could improve that course in the design. We'll implement it, teach it again, and then reevaluate it. We've also identified gaps and problems in terms of this whole course life cycle in producing courses at scale. That's emphasized mostly initially when you do a migration. So there's a massive scaled activity bringing courses over and developing many courses. So how do you do that effectively? And then how do you design courses that you can later evaluate, that you can make sense of them? So, so in terms of providing templates or standardized course designs that can be reused and done effectively. So really a lot of the tools that we have developed have been a result of this life cycle and this process. So one of the things that Canvas has done that has been very good, and many of the other LMSs are also adhering to the LTI standard. And so for those of you that, there were a couple questions about IMS Global today, so I'll just address that very quickly. IMS Global has developed a standard, the Learning Tools Interoperability Standard. And what that does is that provides the support mechanism or the ability to pass user information outside of the LMS and then back in. So if you think of going into a Canvas course and they use the LTI standard, it has hooks where we can pass user and course information to a third-party solution, web application, like Utah State's developed many of those, and then do something with that in that web application. And then we can pass information back using those permissions into Canvas. Now, LTI also solves some of the problems of single sign-on. So we don't have to, we can leverage the single sign-on and the authentication security model that Canvas utilizes in our third-party application that we host. Now, one thing that that needs to be understood too with LTI is it's just a web application. It's fairly simple. You can use PHP, ASP, even JavaScript, just about anything. So it's fairly low barrier to enter it and to utilize it and build these applications. But you ultimately have to host it and maintain it. So once these tools are built, then you have another problem, which I think everybody in this room can understand, that you still have to maintain these applications that everybody starts to depend on, especially when they go into full production and they start to expand at scale. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later. I'd like to kind of give you a metaphor, more or less, of how you can talk about LTI with your staff, and to describe it for any of those. So here's our little Panda Canvas course, and so think of the pair of pants is Canvas, and the belt loops is LTI. And so if they build that right into Canvas, it's very simple. And then our LTI applications is a belt. So more or less, we're making these pants more effective, and that's something that we can do very simply. And our IT shop is building LTI tools, and for the most part here at Utah State, our instructional designers have been building these LTI tools. So that's a little cute metaphor for you. All right, let me go through a few LTI examples that we have, and I'll quickly go through these, and then I'll show them to you. The first one is a multi-tool. So the problem that we have in our multi-tool that we're trying to solve is how to design and develop courses more rapidly. Now, this is initially it evolved from our course migration, so our migration to Canvas. And when we migrated over, we had hundreds of fully online courses that we had to touch. Each one of our instructional designers had to work on and reevaluate and build. And then we, beyond that migration, we had numerous online programs that were growing, and we had a limited number of instructional designers. And so we were hiring graduate students, and we were doing, and our instructional designers were spending a lot of time copying and pasting content. And so we actually had one of our graduate students that sort of looked at this copy and pasting process and this course development process, and looked at the LTI options that we have and the way that Canvas works, and helped us to develop this multi-tool that provides a templating process. And what it does is it eliminates, in a lot of ways, this copying and pasting and this web design function that a lot of our instructional designers were doing. And so now they can build out essentially a scaffold or a course very quickly, and spend most of their time talking with the faculty member about the course design and actually doing instructional design. I think we feel confident to say here that this tool has replaced, in many ways, 1 to 2 instructional technologists, and has really empowered a lot of our instructional designers to do their job better. So I'll show you a little bit of that multi-tool, and that solved that problem. Now, another problem that we had is a development tracker. So every semester we have a few hundred online courses that that go into production. In fact, we have right now that we're in our final week before the semester, and so we're needing to track the status of those online courses, and Robert, more specifically, is very interested to know whether these online courses are ready to go next Monday morning when classes start. So this development tracker not only helps us to see the load of course development that our instructional designers have, but also it tells us what's happening in those classes in real time. We can take a look at that to see what pages have been published, how many courses are available, if there's content in the syllabus, and we can even see when the last time an instructor's been back in there and how much time they've spent in their class, to be able to help them with that, with the development process. Then the other one there, the third one, is course tracking. So this is really helps to inform us. This is a reporting tool. It's a form of analytics that really gives us some information of the tools within Canvas that are being utilized, so we can look at how many courses are actually using the syllabus. One of the other functions we have is we have another third-party solution for proctoring. So we wanted to know, well, how many exams are utilizing proctors, and we can look that up into Canvas and see which ones are utilizing those and get some reports on those. We can also see what sort of Canvas tools are being utilized, and see how it's being utilized over time, over colleges, over departments and programs. And then another one that another question we've had is just looking at rubrics. So which courses are utilizing rubrics? And then another one we have is, so we're building all of these LTI tools, and some of these tools are very small, very simple tools. Like, for example, some of our health classes just have a little form that they need to fill out to satisfy permissions to be able to go out and do activities. So it's a little LTI tool, assignment that we throw into courses. What we can use this bulk LTI tool to push these tools out to specific classes, to hundreds, if not thousands, of courses at one time. Then there's another one. We have a rotating banner that we provide in there. It's just ads that we actually put into Canvas. And I'll show you some of this. Is kind of nice. And these ads can be targeted for either students or teachers. So we advertise a lot of our faculty development programs to our teachers, and then we advertise some of our online programs specific to students. But there's an LTI tool that we use to do that. And then Kevin's going to talk a little bit more about the Learner Analytics, some of the tools that we have there. So with that, I'm going to jump over here and now show you a couple of these tools. All right. So what we can see here is the course development tracker, and this gives us a lot of the courses that are in the process. Now, what this shows me right now, and this is, and I think it was run this morning, we can see that we have this course is not published. There's no syllabus and content and so forth. So we have this information that's available about the specific course. We know who's teaching it. I know which instructional designer is working on it. I can see the status of that, and then any comments can be made in here in this development tracker. I can also, oops, let's look at, okay, we're just going to skip that then. They have some visualizations there. Okay, so this one gives us some information about some of the course level data. And this, see if I can zoom into this a little bit. Oh, I think it went too big there. So what this shows us is some information by college of who's actually using the syllabus. So we can see over time the trends. And of course, 2016, the data hasn't been run yet, and there's not a lot of the information about who's using the syllabus, but we can see how many courses are using the syllabus, whether they're a face-to-face or online. And then we can go down and we can actually, for this semester is not a good one. I should probably pull up a prior term. And so this is very much more of a administrative function, but it gives us the ability to look at the use of Canvas over time. Now we can go in here and we can look at the syllabus. I can go directly in to see that syllabus. I can see how many students are in there, and I can also see who's used the different tools of our LTI tools that we've developed. So this little wand here, and that just gives us some information of how much our tools are being utilized and the effectiveness of them. Okay, here's the proctoring. So here we can see for last fall we had 618 proctored quizzes, and it affected 8,000 students. And here are the total seats that we have that were being proctored. Now this has some real applications and implications in terms of the expense that it costs the students. So this is just good information. Now we can sort that by our regional campuses, so we can look at that information through this report. We can do it by college department and even by delivery methods, so we can see, there are broadcast classes or our fully online classes. And so this is significant. 4,000 of our students are being affected by proctoring. So what do we have in terms of a proctoring solution? All right. We can also see Canvas usage over time. So obviously here in spring 2016, it's very low at the moment. but you can see over time about 50% is pretty much the average for our fall semesters, and that's taking into account all courses that are possible. Now that could, the way we do it here at USU is every section or course that is developed in Banner shows up in Canvas, and so you have to kind of take that into consideration when you're looking at 50%. So this is 50% of all the possible courses that are published out there that could be just a lab, or it could be a
Continuing graduate advisor.
Yeah, advisor's class or something like that. So that's but we can see this growth over time, and that's just what this usage report. This other one was an interesting one. We were able to go and look and see how many courses are using rubrics in the courses, and then we could dive down into that, and we can start looking by college. And I've got this for spring 2016, so the data is funny, but it's additional information that we can see with the Canvas usage reports. All right. This is our bulk LTI tool. I think I mentioned that very quickly. This is just where we can take a course, or take our tool that we've developed and push it out to courses. Here's our rotating banner. So we have in our classes, I'll actually show you. This is a way to manage our banners, and that would, I should see if we can get this. So here's an example. I'm in as an instructor, and so I can see this banner that's showing up at the front of my login page, and it's advertising some of our professional development courses. For students, it may be advertising some different programs that's specifically to them. But we use this tool to be able to push it out to either to a student or a teacher. We identify the order and so forth. It just solved a little problem, but it's an LTI tool to do that. Okay, so the last one, what I wanted to show you here is how deeply integrated these LTI tools are within a Canvas course. So that multi-tool is one last example that I'd like to show you. So I've added this. This is available in all of our classes. We didn't use the bulk LTI tool to do this. We did it at the account level. And so in any class, you'll see here on the left-hand navigation, there's not a tool that's available. It's a multi-tool. So I'll go into the course settings, and here in the navigation tab, which is where you modify that left-hand navigation, we can activate that tool. So this is an LTI function that's just built into the into how it works. And so now here on my left-hand navigation, we can see there's the multi-tool. So here, what I've done is it's initiated the tool, it's passed my user information over to this LTI tool, which is hosted by us on our server, but it's really working in concert with Canvas. So what I can start to do here is I can start developing pages. I can add template pages. I can build modules within a class. So I could have, so within this Canvas course, I could say I build 4 modules. I want to build a template of 3 assignments, have a discussion, have a quiz. So what I'm doing is essentially building a course. So I can say assignment 1 and so forth, and hit this, and it's using the Canvas APIs, and it's using also it's using the permissions through LTI to actually build this in my Canvas course.
You just saved an instructional designer an hour.
Yep, yep. So that's exactly right. So in a lot of ways, in the way this actually works, this tool is when I sit down as an instructional designer with a faculty member, I just talk through their syllabus, and I sit here and I start to design out and build out the placeholders for all the course and the modules and all the assignments and everything that we're doing. And then when we're done, I just add those to the course, and now it creates that. Okay. Now this is just a very cursory, overview of what these tools, but what I wanted to do is show you just how integrated they are. And one other thing I want to show you is another way that LTI works. So we'll go in here. The way Canvas works, and this is not just Canvas. This is any other LMS does this that uses LTI. It allows functionality to add additional tools. Okay, so right here I can add. Oops. What I do is I have the ability to upload images. Now there was something that we used to spend a lot of time with. We actually used to hire graphic designers to sit there and make images that are the right size for a course or whatever we're doing. So we built that right into it, and this is just an LTI tool that we can do this. We can create those images, and then it will take that image off my computer, it will upload it, and put it into the course. And this is just a tool that's built right into Canvas. You can do this with other tools, with video and many others. So there's a lot of functionality that you can bake right into Canvas utilizing LTI and make that very seamless to the end user. Okay, so I'd like to turn the time over now to Kevin, and he can sort of pick up where and talk a little bit about the analytics stuff and how we're innovating and sustaining these tools.
So hit the Chronicle website this morning is an article featuring Utah State and some work that not part of us but MIT is doing, so you can kind of look if you're interested in learning more about what we're doing and how faculty are involved. This article called "This Chart Shows the Promise and Limits of Learning Analytics" was on the Chronicle website, hit this morning, so hot off the press. I want to show you just a couple of quick things that we're doing with analytics. And I saw the presentation from Arizona earlier today and loved it, gleaned a lot of good information from it. All right, share the screen, hold on. Where am I going to go to do that now? There we go. Sorry about that.
There you go.
All right. Put that away. We've taken an approach in some of our analytics where we're interested in the student retention as well. We're also interested in looking at, I'm going to make that smaller. There we go. We're also interested in looking at course design and how students navigate courses, and also, are courses effective? Are students interacting with course content the way that we have designed it or think they should? So we started working with some faculty and we came up with some questions, and I'll just show you 2 or 3 of the different little tools that we built for faculty to use. And this is one that looks at all the different types of elements in a course, from announcements to assignments, discussions, grades, pages, color codes them, and then presents them here. So what was interesting to me, now this is looking at one course. So if we look at this right here, it is telling us that 53% of all student visits to the course, so that's throughout the semester, began with this sequence of pages. And guess what it was? If you look up in the left-hand corner, that is the home page. And when I first saw that, I thought, what? Only 53% of the students are starting an online or interacting with an online course from the home page? We always thought, well, they always go to the home page first. That isn't the case. When you think about the mobile app and you think about the way that the LMSs are built now with these little alerts that students get that say, hey, you have an assignment due, there's a new announcement, they can go directly to those aspects. If I look here now, I've got one path. So from home to modules to a page within a module, it tells me that 15% of the student visits to the course began with this sequence. So we can sit here now and look at a course and kind of evaluate how students are navigating it. Now, I'm not a data scientist by any means, but I've fallen in love with data. And for me, it causes me to go, ask more questions. So one of the things we're now going to do, start of spring semester, we're actually going to look at what do students do when they first enter a course. So the very first time they enter a course in spring semester, how are they navigating and where are they going? And so we're very interested in seeing that to kind of see if course design is working for a particular student. Let me show you another one here. All right, this is the one that you saw on the front page of that Chronicle article. This is an interesting view. What it is showing is paths students are taking in a class to get to various content items. So around the circle here, these text things are showing all the content items that are in this particular course. And so if I hit this one, which is Module 6 Overview, the red lines are from a source to the active page. So the red lines are paths that students took to navigate to this Module 6 overview page. So we can see that they came from discussions, we can say they came from an assignment, we can follow those red lines and see where they came from to this Module 6. And then the green lines, if you can see those, are showing where, when they left Module 6, where did they go to. So this is really, really interesting stuff for an instructional designer and also a subject matter expert to be able to look at this. All right, I'm going to go back to the PowerPoint here and show you a couple of screenshots from a couple other tools that we have. All right, so this one is actually a graph from a class that I teach. And so we're also we're asking questions about, okay, how do students interact with content, and can we tie together their interactions with content to the final, or to the grades they received in the class. So this is an interesting one. This is, you can see on the left-hand side are three basic projects. We got a final project, part 1, part 2, and a midterm. And then the first set of red bars, the ones to the left, are the average views per user, broken down by the grade they received. So if you see in this top one, the B- students are the one who at least clicked on, interacted with the content a little bit more than those who received other grades. And you see that also in all three of those, at least in this class. Those who got a B- are the ones who interacted more with the content in this case. There was also something we saw, a video. We looked at Panopto video. Panopto is a tool we use to record face-to-face class lectures or presentations by faculty. And posted online for students to view. We could actually see that students who received lower grades in the course actually were watching more video than the A students. And that was surprising to us to see that. And we have lots of theories of why that is, but we're still trying to look at that.
Yeah, this is John. I'm going to also, something else that we've learned from this is that this tool gives us the ability to start looking at the different products that we develop in the course. So one example, or one of many examples I can think of, is where faculty have spent a lot of time developing learning aids and tools and review assignments that students never accessed. And so they spent a lot of their time and resources on something that students didn't utilize. And that also goes for something that we should all be very interested in, is a lot of our media, multimedia and videos, which are extremely expensive to develop, to host, and to deliver. And so we want to be able to look at those, and this tool provides us the mechanism to be able to see the effectiveness that those different products have within our course.
Thanks, John. That's an excellent point. And then finally, here's kind of the same graph again of a different course. This is just a bigger screenshot. You can see down below that in this particular, this is looking at the entire course. Anytime a student interacted with content on a page by clicking a page or starting an assignment, reading a discussion, posting an assignment, posting a discussion. We can see here that in this blue graph, the third blue graph down, you can see it's the longest, that the A- students in this particular class were actually the ones who interacted overall when the course was said and done, spent more time in the course interacting with content. Yeah. So, and how we accomplish that is we actually have a style sheet in the course, right? So we were able to track anytime a page was hit, that style sheet is loaded. So we were able to track hits on that style sheet. Made it really, really good.
Yeah. And that's also we're able to do this because of that multi-tool that I showed you earlier, where we're using these tools to design the courses, and they're standardized course designs. And so we can start leveraging those standardized designs to provide us hooks that we can then look at the different content.
And sorry about that, I didn't switch the screens for the view, which was full screen, so you could.
They were seeing full screen.
Oh, they were seeing full screen? All right, I screwed that up. Hold on. Let me go back. Okay, interesting. Okay, anyway, and finally, what we've done is, as I've learned in many years of working with developers and others, that one of the biggest challenges you have once you build a tool is maintaining and supporting it. And our guys in our instructional design shop who have built some of these tools have showed these off at some of the conferences, and we've been approached by a lot of schools who want our tools. And so we made some of our first tools available as open source via GitHub. But what we found by doing that, we had schools that adopted them, but we had a lot of schools that wanted to that needed help. Either they needed someone to host it for them, or they needed technical help in getting it up and running and training. And those of you who are involved, have development shops, you know that the quickest way to kill innovation is to turn your developers into maintainers, right? They spend a lot of their time maintaining these software pieces. They don't have time to develop or continue to innovate and build cool tools. So what we're doing at USU, we spent some time thinking about this and looking at how we could do this and make these tools available. We are starting a small company, an LLC that we're spinning up, that will then take these tools, support them, maintain them, sell them, work with a company to host them, and provide these tools out in the marketplace so schools can easily adopt them, and these folks can help them get up and going quickly. And then our small development shop can continue to build tools and can continue to innovate in that area and not be burdened by the support and training.
All right, so in light of keeping you guys on task and on time for your dinner, we'd just like to open it up for any questions if you have. And I know we just blew through a lot of material very quickly, but we just wanted to give you an idea of what's possible when we utilize the IMS global standards and when a company, a large platform company like that, adopts those.
Yeah, this is Max Davis Johnson of Boise State. What's the underlying technology? Two questions. What's the underlying technology you're using for your bolt-ons, add-ons, mods, and how do you handle updates to Canvas itself, being that it's cloud-based?
Yeah, do you want to answer that, Kevin?
Sure. So everything I've shown you, a couple of the graphs that were in the PowerPoint were built with Tableau. And that's a tool that you can use for analyzing data. Most of your campuses are probably using that. For the LTI tools with the stuff that's showing in Canvas, including some of the most of the analytic tools and where we're headed with all this, we are using PHP, Postgres or MySQL type of a database, JavaScript, and then HTML and CSS. So they're very lightweight applications.
The other thing that we're utilizing is the Canvas Redshift database right now is our data warehouse for our Canvas data. And then we're utilizing our own data warehouse for banner data. And so we're bringing those two together so that we can provide some of these reports and that information, like Kevin showed, where you could see the grade, the final grade was pulled out of Banner because it's the final grade, not from Canvas, and the interactions were coming from the Canvas data.
And John brings up a good point. The nice thing that Canvas has done is given us every 24 hours we get a brand new snapshot in Amazon Redshift of the Canvas data, all the Canvas data. And so then we can query against that live pretty much any time we want to. And they're working on live data now, and we're part of that group, and so we're looking forward to what we can do with live transactional data. In other words, when a student clicks on a discussion post or a quiz, we'll get that live data. So we're looking forward to that kind of data as well, and being able to build things that help.
Other questions?
My last question, how do you handle updates to Canvas?
Yeah, so far that has not been problematic. The biggest one was this last UI update that they did for our multi-tool. Canvas, that tool that we built that helps an instructional designer or a faculty member scaffold and build out a course quickly. That is a well-known tool by Instructure, and so we keep close contact with them as though we are a developing partner with them, and so we are playing with beta long before. But for most of the tools, an update to Canvas really hasn't affected anything. It would be UI changes that we would have to watch.
Okay, thank you.
And also, kind of a side note to Canvas updates is Instructure's really trying to create Canvas as a platform. So they really endorse this method and this process of what we're doing of building onto their tool, utilizing LTI. And so they're very supportive of what we're doing, and so as a result, they want to see success there. So they've been openly communicating with us and working with us on a lot of these tools.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much for your time. Sorry you got a little late there, but we appreciate it.
You're more than welcome. I hope you guys all have a wonderful dinner.
So, any other discussion before we break for dinner? So I'll give you some logistics here in a minute, but make sure there was no other closing comments anybody wanted to make. All right, I will do my thank yous once again. So thanks to everyone who either spoke or arranged for speakers or put the agenda together. I also like to again thank Derek and University of Arizona for hosting us. As I always say, if you haven't ever done a meeting, it always seems like things just happen, but they don't just happen. And Debbie Katie's been great working with us. And I also have an administrative assistant, Eileen Wyckoff, who you've heard me talk about before. Eileen does all of the web work. She does all of the mysterious travel things that go on behind, all the catering bills, those kind of things. So thanks to Eileen, who doesn't get to come down here and be in Tucson. I don't think I thanked Kelly earlier. We had some maneuvering that had to occur to have Westnet financials. And so fortunately, Kelly retired so he could start his own company so he could manage with his wife the Westnet financials. He's done a fabulous job. They've been incredibly patient. It was a new process this year. The accounting committee, I think, is Scott, Chad, Dave Packa, me, like everybody, Kelly. And so we will kind of review some things that probably maybe could have done a little smoother, but I think overall it went amazingly well, considering it was a brand new process. And I appreciate everybody being patient with us. So thanks to Kelly and to his wife, Bev, who's been a great job. It's sort of a stressful process. I'm sure it's been stressful for Kelly as well, because we certainly have never done anything like this before. And worked
Neither have I.
Smoothly, yeah, so it went amazingly smoothly, considering it was a brand new exercise. The beauty of PayPal and technology, the cloud has saved us. So anyways, dinner tonight is just down, take a right as you head out. Don't go down the stairs. It's a right turn before you hit the stairs. It's the Tucson room. I would like some sort of discussion. John has agreed to be our keynote speaker, but I think, John, you just plan to be more interactive. We can chit chat for a little while, have a drink, kind of relax a bit. Dinner is set for 5:30. They're ready to go at any time. It's just a buffet, so maybe try and sit down around 5:30. John, I don't know if you'd rather eat and then, talk after we eat, or how you want to do that. So we didn't.
Anybody have strong feelings? I don't. It doesn't matter to me. I can just. My intention is just to kind of like be more listening, since we're at a very similar point where we're doing the strategic plan, and so I plan to talk for maybe 15 minutes, and then we have a discussion. So if that's easier to do while we're eating, and y'all get home a little earlier to catch up on email or something, that's fine with me. So I can start and eat quickly at the end. So.
Or, I'm okay. I don't think it's going to take a huge amount of time to eat. If you want to sit down and eat, and then maybe 6 o'clock, 6:15, leave.
Sure.
Good. We're already early, so I don't think there's great pressure. Does that sound okay to everybody?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, and this room is not secured, so take whatever is valuable with you.
We would be remiss if we didn't thank Marla for her continued.
We're discussing who I was going to hand it off to. So beware.
You got a long ways to go for a retirement.
Not gonna happen.
Then look at Kelly.
No, I don't necessarily need to retire.
Hey, Kelly, I meant to ask you, do you have the description of your enterprise?
Oh, I think.